There they all are. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome to episode 7 of the Pirates of Drinax, The Gamblers, a Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I want to thank you all for being here. And thank you all for waiting. We had a very late start. We had some, I don't want to say tech issues. I want to say tech excitement is what we have.
Tech excitement.
Tech excitement.
Tech excitement. It was very tech exciting.
Yes.
We wish you could have seen it, chat, but
If you had,
not this time.
if you'd have been there, if you would have seen it, I'm thinking that you would
have also done what we did.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You know, so I'm going to tell you what we did. Just so you know, we are currently using we're using Twitch's Guest Star, which is a program that they have that allows that each person sort of like jumps in, and then I pull out individual links for them, and then I can put that into OBS. And why that is cool is because then I can control everybody's sound individually. So this way, rather than in Zoom where we just have one sound level for everyone, we've got individual faders so that if an individual person needs to be boosted, then we can boost them, or like, so this is and also if somebody falls out all of a sudden, just sort of like goes missing, then we don't have to reframe, we don't have to resize everything because everybody has their own stuff, right? And that's very exciting. So I have far fewer screen captures, which is much kinder to my computer system than ever before. And I'm excited for, hey, Australis Plays. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for what this might mean for all of us. So, hey, yay, welcome. And everyone who's here, it is great to see you all. I am troopersjp, and this is our Traveler campaign. This is episode 7, session 7, and I'm excited for this wonderful crew of people, and I'm excited for all of you all who are hanging out with us and who have, waited around. So, yeah. I should say the other thing first. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching on the chat. Australis Plays just reminded me, because Australis Plays made some really great comments in our YouTube, and I do like to do a shout out, which I suppose I'll do after our people give their intros. But you can support us by following the channel, by following our players. You can join us on Discord. You can let your friends know that we are streaming so they can come and watch it as well. If you're watching on the VODs, thank you for liking and subscribing and all of that. And let me see. You can also donate. If you do, then we will read out your donation message at the intermission and also at the end. You can also join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that goes to pay this cast and pay for art, which, by the way, is coming along. It is beautiful. Void Smoker has shown me sketches, and also, very excited. And don't worry, you'll see it. You'll see it. It's very good. We've been doing stuff and all of that goodness. So thank you very much. But now, as I go and pull up some comments, I would like our players to introduce themselves. If you could say who you are and who you're playing, and I have a question for each one of you. And I'm going to take notes on the answers to those questions. And I don't think you should at all be worried about the questions. So, alphabetically, Ari Ventures, they are... They are a person I've played RPGs with for a very long time, who's an amazing performer, and I would like you to answer this question for your character. Who you are, who you're playing. Your character is a noble, going all the way back, with your lineage goes all the way back to the Great Sindalian Empire, as your mother would note multiple times. The question I have for you is, what is your family's crest? Please.
Hi, my name is Ari Ventures, and I'm playing Terrica. Their family crest would be it would be the shape of a sun with all of the spokes, and each of the spokes has different signs within them, and the signs are associated with the different lines out of their original lineage, the 12 children that were born out of that. Each of the spokes around the sun has a little tiny symbol in it for each of those descendants, right? Lines of descendants. And in the center of the crest, there's this this two sets of very ornate rapiers that are crossed one over the other. And behind them is a single white glove that's just like up in front. So it's like rapier, rapier, white glove.
Sun, 12 spokes, each one with a symbol for the different descendants. Two crossed rapiers, single white glove. Thank you. Next up alphabetically is Grimjack. Grimjack, you are playing someone. I'd love you to say who you are playing, and the question. Oh, I actually have to ask you last. I'm sorry, we can't go to you next because for comedic purposes we have to go to you last. So Myth. No, you'll see when we get there. Myth. Hey, Myth.
Okay, all right, and I am not the comedic purposes, which makes me excited. Go on.
So could you say who you are, who you're playing, and your character is known as a baron? Could you tell me your character, since you also are a noble, sort of, your character's crest?
Hi, everybody. I'm Mythomatic or Cord. I do some things on the internet. I do a lot of things on the internet, so it's hard for me to just say what they are. So you just follow me on Twitter and see what they are. That's it. You get to do the research now. And you do the work. I'm just here to play a game. I am playing as Severance, and he is like a renegade clone of a duke or a baron. Excuse me, not a duke, a baron of the Empire. And the question is, what would the crest be? I think, well, okay, it's Drinax.
And this is is this the Marrymore crest? Because you're from the Empire.
Yeah, I think it would be Marrymore. Yeah, as much as I'm like, oh yeah, but it's not. It would be Marrymore. So I guess it could be anything. I think the Marrymore crest, excuse me, the Aloysius Marrymore, who Severance is a clone of. That crest is, I think it's a wispy cloud with I think a spear piercing through it, but the spear is it looks like to be depictions of a lance. Because of maybe like sonic waves, but actually it's a ship in the tip. It's like it's leaving like a wake, but it looks like it has that
very Flash Gordon kind of a rocket ship with a big lance tip sort of thing, like a
yes, I think so. I haven't seen Flash Gordon, so I think so. But yeah, I'm gonna go with a lancy waked ship piercing through a cloud. I think it's there's also I think a streak of gold that pierces maybe through the background of the like a heraldic banner, you know. So it's got that bold stripe of gold that pierces through the blue sky. It has this cloud and then this lancing ship that's going through it, which is supposed to signify trade and travel.
I love this,
but it may also mean something else. And then that something else is for you.
So I'm going to just note, if you want to get a sense of the kind of 1930s, 40s rocket ship I'm thinking of, like a dart. You know how darts have got like that kind of like a tail, and then like a body that's got like a sort of like a rounded bit to it, and then like the little point. Some of those rocket ships from the 20s, 30s
right here
kind of looked like that. You know,
yes. Oh, of course. Yeah, it's definitely like that retro.
Yeah, right?
Type. Yeah.
Love it. So now we have to go to the Harlock. So, Rocket Fox, who are you? Who are you playing? And now your character, if I recall correctly, is also nobility. Because really, you know, you have to be noble to get psychic training for the Zodani. So could I know who you are, who you're playing, and what your noble crest is?
Yeah. Well, first, I do have to say that I guess it wouldn't really mean anything to Myth when I say that Gordon's alive.
Gordon's alive.
But that's fine. I can just we can the rest of us can enjoy that little one. But yes, hello everyone. I am, as always, Rockette Fox, your second favorite person, and you can find me in all the places. But tonight you can find me as the Harlock, who is in fact Zodani, but not a lot of people around these parts know of that because it might be a little frowned upon, might be a little sus. But yeah, she ranked real good in her classes, top of the class for mind muscle flex. Yeah, so that's most of her deal in the moment. And yeah, as far as her crest goes, so her family comes from, they're on a planet that's a little bit further out from the main planet, which I don't remember the name of the main planet. I'm going to be real honest with you.
You have multiple planets. This is like a giant empire.
Yeah, but
sometimes invades people.
The important ones. We're a little bit, we're in the suburbs, as it were. But our crest, it's so on the planet that we happen to be on, there's a native creature that it looks kind of like a cross between a lynx and a crocodile. So you know, a little bit catty, a little bit reptile and bitey. But the interesting thing about this creature is that it notably has shown some telepathic abilities. As you know, there are a few other creatures that do, but this was one that's very specific to this planet. And it's also very angry, very dangerous, as some might say. So that might say a little something about the background she comes from and kind of how the family dynamics work there. But yeah, then they were one of the first families that came in, settled on that planet. So.
And so is your crest like, is it like this creature?
Yes, I started describing and then I went on with this cat thing. So it's got
by the way, I want to thank you for that gift of this creature. Go on.
Welcome.
For reasons.
I'm seeing here Voltiel 1493 is saying a crocolinx, which I'm partial to. But yeah, they're so, but got this long body, but way more limber than you would think a crocodile is going to be. But they've got like the real jarring like scales and big old teeth and such. But yeah, so it's got one of them on there. And for anyone who's studied the old heralds before, where they're kind of like the dragging up on its side, where the hands are all crazy looking. And it's got its mouth open, but there's way more teeth and they're a lot longer. And then kind of in the front of the paw region, we've got there's it's like an ornamental dagger, and it's pointing straight up, but it's got like some almost like moon crescent curves on it. And then there's a like kind of beneath the two, you got the crocolinx like this, you got the dagger right here, and then right beneath the two is like kind of a ball of flame that's coming up and like wrapping around the two that goes up to the top, and then there's a star directly above that on the top part. So it's almost like a kind of like a diamond, but with flat sides. You know the one.
We're gonna have to get art of all of this. This is what we're gonna have to do. Just I'm noting it. Thank you. So, Greg, Grimjack, you're going forth. I want you to say who you are and then who you're playing, and I would ask you for your character's noble crest.
Everybody, Greg Grimjack 21502. I will be playing the Dr. Val Valentine Val Morrissey. He doesn't have a crest because he's lowborn.
Oh.
But also, everybody, just because of chat, I just want everyone to know I stand ready to play Flash Gordon at a moment's notice.
I have it too.
If Myth hasn't really truly seen it,
We're gonna.
chat, tell me this: is Myth not the perfect casting for Baron?
Oh my gosh, yes. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? He'd be a great Baron. Also, I'm just noting it. I'm just noting
I
it.
just want
halfway there
to
with
be
this game,
Brian
right?
Bless. That's all.
Hey,
That's all I've ever wanted in this world.
Flying blind on a rocket cycle.
Can I just Cornelia Muti as the princess, she's great. When so Myth, there's a moment when Dale Arden, right? She thinks that
Yeah, classic Dale.
yeah. She thinks that Flash Gordon, who was a football player and a hero, see Flash Gordon's a football player.
Quarterback, New York Jets.
Yeah. And they somehow get on a spaceship and go to outer space. Don't worry about it. And she's a reporter. It happens. They crash land on another planet. That planet is planning to murder everybody. It's fine. But at one point in time, Dale Arden thinks that Flash Gordon is dead, and so she's crying. And the daughter of Ming the Merciless, who's going to destroy everything, she goes, "Father, water is leaking out of her eyes," because they don't cry in their place. So anyway, there's some great lines, is what you need to know.
To cry, they don't do that sort of thing.
No. Water is leaking.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. We have to do a watch along.
We do. Yep.
Yeah. So, Greg, of the Lowborn, of the farming Ness.
What playthings do you have in store for me today?
But your character has risen to great heights over time, despite your humble beginnings. But you don't have a crest at this moment. If this whole plan is successful, then perhaps you might be made a duke of a planet. Who knows? Though I do have
up there.
I mean, it's possible, right? It's possible. But you are a doctor, and you had your own practice. You were important. You went to one of the greatest universities that nobody goes to. Not many people go to because, after all, people have forgotten that Drinax exists, but it is pretty great. What sort of iconography matters to Val? Because who knows, it may become incorporated. We don't know.
Iconography is something that's especially when you ask this with crests and heraldry and all that stuff. This is not something that necessarily promotes a positive response from Val. He has a differing view of the establishment.
Really? That's so funny. I know your background. I do know. I know.
I would say that if there was an image that would give him strength, much like the reciprocation of somebody that would have, look towards their crest and find strength in their family and ancestry, I think it would be something much more universal, pardon the pun. It would just be a field of stars, a couple bright points, but nowhere would there be any indication that there were lines drawn in space, any indications of demarcation, just freedom. And that's what space is to Val.
I love it. Thank you. And I am your GM, troopersjp, and we are going to dive in, except two things first. One, we have our comment that I want to share from about last week's episode, and we have to do sort of note what happened last week. Last week, our Tagonists, they're not pro yet, nor are they anti.
Amateur Tagonists.
Amateur Tagonists have, after a successful pirate run, arrived on the planet of Marduke, got to explore it, see what it's about. They started doing some trade. They were working around. Val wanted to get onto the planet to go and meet some of the natives, but was stymied because, as it turns out, the place where you're allowed to go on the planet is basically owned by the General Development Corporation, GDCO, and natives don't ever get to be on that planet. There's a couple spaces. It's an island. It's a sort of an artificial island they built, which is the downport. So you have this sort of upport, starport, and you have this downport town, and basically it's all traders who come in and out on this place. The planet itself, Marduke, was once part of the Sindalian Empire, but the Sindalian Empire didn't do well. It was destroyed in a lot of nuclear war and a lot of just, it was devastated hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And this was one of the planets. It's actually right next, it's very close to the old center of the Sindalan Empire. And it is, like most of those planets, completely destroyed. And there are people who are indigenous to this planet, but most of them live on small islands that are separate from each other and do not trust outsiders, because many of the outsiders are from the planet of Ogma, and they tend to come to this planet to kidnap them and are trying to, take over the planet. So they're not particularly happy to see people who are not from them. They tend to sort of be very hard to find because they sort of sit in their own little different islands. And our heroes, they sort of got to know some things, checked some things out, try to find out rumors, see what's going on. They learned a couple of things, that there were some rumors of like a space squid, some kind of space kraken, which might actually just have been a starport, could have been. But also there were some rumors of a scientist, sort of like a slightly fringe, but sort of TV scientist, well respected, but who likes cryptids, right? Who's on Downport wanting to go and take an expedition, wanting to hire people to go on an expedition to investigate rumors of a great sea kraken that, destroys fishing vessels. Though that could just be Ogma Raiders kidnapping people. People don't really know. It's sort of up in the air. It's a little
Let it be
unclear.
known that I had no say in this curiosity of a kraken.
It's rumors of a kraken, after all.
Whatever.
And they decided, after getting some customers, getting some people to become passengers, they figure out where they're going to go. And those passengers are going to sort of show up on their ship. They take their shuttle down to the Downport, because one of the big sort of officer, one of the officers for GDCO wanted to meet with them to have a discussion about having them perhaps work as, when they're in the areas, kind of like deputize them to protect the outer parts of the system from raiders. And as they were on their way down, they got to meet some interesting people on the shuttle.
Met our new steward.
Met your new steward, perhaps, Evan. And then there was an attack. And that attack was of Ogma Raiders, and those Ogma Raiders attacked the starport itself, which they don't normally do, because the deal is you just leave GDCO alone and you can raid whoever you want, but they are attacking at them at the starport, and also this shuttle, which has crash landed on the large continent of Marduke, which is apparently completely abandoned and taboo. No one goes there. Nobody lives on the continent. Everybody else lives on sort of islands, not on the main continent. And so our protagonists have crash landed. People's psychic abilities have been sort of pinging a little bit weirdly. Baron tried to instinctually teleport, which did not go well for him, because that is a very dangerous thing to do. And there was a critical failure. And,
I think it was like subconscious. I don't even know if he meant to.
No, he didn't even mean to. It was like
happened.
a subconscious reflex, which teleported him out of his clothing. Like his clothing pushed through his body. All of his gear and clothing, just like he could just feel it just go through his body and teleport through as he sort of like hits the roof of this.
I imagined it like a seatbelt rash or a seatbelt burn, when you get into when you get into those accidents and you have a seatbelt burn. But the stories of people who have those rashes that go down, or those lesions that happen because of like the pop blood vessels and stuff, because of seatbelts and stuff. I feel like that's what happened with every piece of clothing that happened, that sort of ripped through his reality, which is pretty gross. All right, back to you. Sorry.
I loved it. And so our protagonists, our antagonists, are on this shuttle, which is wrecked. This shuttle is not moving anywhere. But some good thoughts saved you from more destruction. Some quick thinking from our pilot, Terrica, and then our doc has healed some people up. The Harlock was like, okay, we need to get these supplies. We need to go. We need to get out, because those raiders are very likely going to come to try to go and scavenge this ship and maybe capture you all if you are there when they get here. So there's some people who are damaged. The Harlock right away sort of like moved into action phase and was like, let's grab all these supplies and let's get out. It is raining. The sun has set. The environment is you're like on the edge of some sort of trees. I have some light rain for us. And you have, oh gosh, the Terrica found a weapon, right? Sort of like a rifle with rounds that was part of the crew where the pilots had it. The pilots, by the way, are
found
dead.
What was part of the crew.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah.
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 And I would note that there is a sort of a large survival crash kit, which the Harlock also found, and that has to be dragged because it's quite big. At the moment, everyone seems to be fine except for the Baron, who's a bit injured. What with the... Yeah. And of your 3 fellow passengers, there is a fellow who's sort of nervous about flight, who probably would have died had some people not saved him. And by some people, I mean Terrica. If Terrica had not grabbed him when he was flying across the room, he probably would be really, really in a bad scene. And that is where we left off. But to inspire you, before we raise our curtain, I'm going to give you a quote from one of our viewers about the last session that tickles me, because I feel like tickling is important. Australis Plays, who's actually here live today, made this comment about the last session. Well, actually, two comments. One, Rocket Fox is the most innocent of my players. At that moment, Rocket is thinking, what the hell did they do last session while I was away? And then also, given Severance's previous actions, I feel paying them with exposure might mean paying them with exposure to hard vacuum. And
I'll do it.
And that is my love. And so, as we open up our...
He paid in any more exposure than he's already been given at this point.
Because right now he's been paying us with exposure. It is... But the dog gave him a shirt, right?
I also have to say that for some reason, I've Got You Under My Skin was sort of our green room song and like joke tonight. So for some reason, that's going to be, we're going to try to see if we can put it in the story somehow. And if we can, it's going to be the title. So that's our challenge.
As soon as the parasites come.
Exactly. We just got to wait for the parasites. The parasite arc or, tubes,
Absolutely.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
There's lots of options. We could just get under each other's skin. We don't even have to wait for like anybody else.
Figuratively,
All right, I'm ready. Let's do this. All right.
So, as we pull back the curtain, you are on this shuttle that is sort of now broken up, and you have rain coming through the emergency doors, which have popped off. You have this one woman who is indigenous to this planet. She's sort of looking to see what's up. You have, and you know that she works for basically a kind of cheap touristy restaurant that is like indigenous restaurant that is sort of embarrassing and sad. That's all tourist all the time. And she works as wait staff there, which Doc knows from psychic connections is not a fun time because there are a lot of drunk people who sort of pass by. And you have this mysterious nervous fellow who's quite injured at the moment. And then you have a Vargur who is a salesman in a nice sharp suit. Evan is his name. Well, that's the name he tells people because his actual name, he says, is hard for people to pronounce, right? But it's Garharsman. And he is a nice sort of like jackal wolf type of person. And he is quite charming. And you all have made an ask to maybe perhaps have him be your steward because you just like booked some very expensive passengers into High Passage and you need a steward for that and you don't have one. So you're like, maybe we can pick up a steward and it'll be...
I'm not sure. I've got a lot of different things I got to do here. No, we need you. Okay.
Well, he was thinking maybe no because he's got other things to do.
Yeah, they do this again. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He's worried about stability.
Yes.
And then like on his work, he gets
Yeah.
shot down. I feel like, we can maybe offer more stability. Like if I had been
Yeah.
piloting this thing.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that his stable,
Big.
safe sort of trade job seems less safe now. So chances are good.
Good news.
Willem says, "Mr. Frog will see you for Lab Life here." I was like, "No, it's Senior Frog, so it's a totally different restaurant."
Definitely not the same thing.
Not the same thing. So, what all do you do? You saw the lights of one of these Ogma raiders way off in the distance in the sky, which means it'll take a while before they get to you, but they're probably coming. You know that there was a distress signal sent out by the pilots, but there was a massive attack, and you don't know if that signal got through. And you are now crash landed on this continent where nobody lives. It's completely abandoned. And at least that's what people say. At least that's what people say. And I'm just going to say that twice. And you are
No reason.
for no reason. No reason.
I heard you. I'm just terrified.
I just want you to know that you're totally safe because nothing lives here.
Yeah, you said we were totally safe when we got on the shuttle.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm sensing a pattern here. Hold on a sec.
Yes. So, some injured people, some things. What are you going to do?
Well,
Passed out, right? I think I passed out last time. Yeah.
You were a little stressed.
Good night, everyone. I'm passed out.
yeah, the Harlock broke open the vending machine because there was a vending machine, and took all of the vended goods. If there's any way to like port the coffee away or any liquids or anything that's drinkable, gonna take that. Gonna take anything that's grabbable that looks like. I imagine the kit, the big heavy kit we found, would have some sort of a radio? Question mark.
No.
Otherwise, would be
Sure.
going to grab like electronic stuff that could be used for that sort of a purpose. And then, well, seeing that Severance is now passed out, would essentially go over and start. I think probably the best way to do would probably go over and is anyone else passed out, by the way? Our nervous guy likely is, but
Nervous guy's not passed out, but he's got like this big gash on his head that's bleeding.
that'll be fine. He'll be fine.
And he's not passed out. He's just in shock. He's looking.
He can be in shock somewhere else.
He's looking a little stressed. Evan is helping you, right? Because he sees you're like gathering supplies, so he's helping. He's like trying to grab like one of the blankets to sort of put things in so that you can maybe like drag it. So he's trying to be helpful.
Right. So Harlock would turn to Val. Doctor, will you check his face and make sure it's not going to fall off or anything in the next few minutes? And when you're done, I need you, Evan, I need you both to grab this box. And Harlock's going to start reaching down and picking up Severance. Hi, I come over here. And yeah, so kind of setting to task, getting everyone jobs, as it were.
I think Terrica would have just been like coming up out of the pilot area, and they would have, when they saw you doing that, they would have also started looking for like things they could start salvaging. Comms in particular, but also anything that might be a good weapon or shield.
Excellent. Yeah, and as soon as the Harlock sees Terrica emerge a little bit, would be like, when have you done? I'm going to need your help, and kind of indicates her favorite person or their favorite person. Because
they really like each other right now.
Terrica's just gonna look. They will look like, I could help you, and then as soon as you say like with your and like looking at Severance, their face is just gonna go like,
we'll deal with it later.
This is very important.
The woman who has not spoken out loud to any of you all says, I think perhaps we should bury the bodies of the pilots. It's only right.
I'm alive.
There's really not a lot of time. You could see that Harlock is like
Bury me.
eyes darting all over the place. What's your name? And that's to the woman.
Kareen.
Kareen.
Yes.
Let's first find ourselves a place of safety, and then I promise once we get situated, in a safe moment, we'll come back and show them all proper honor and respect. As it stands in the moment, we need to get on the move.
And the nervous fellow who's still bleeding, and I imagine the doc is on his way towards this fellow.
Doc's got a huge like exo frame pack on that's all of his like medical supplies, and he would be leaning down towards, but at the same time, he's going to reach down to like that data pad that's on his wrist. And Sue is a fragment of themselves here, but he would reach down and just say, Sue, if you get any comms when they come in range that aren't us, let me know.
All right. And then you hear Sue kind of like you see like a little mini Sue that kind of like pops out of your like wrist comms, like all dressed in black, guitar slung across his back. He goes, all right. And you can just hear like he sort of takes out a little set of old radio headphones, because old radios back in the 20s and 30s didn't have speakers. You had headphones instead. He just puts them on.
Cooler.
Yeah, just puts them on, and like see Sue just like dematerialize back into your comms, into your wrist, and the nervous man says, I agree. We can't stick around. I mean, if we've been shot down, those Ogham raiders are going to come here to come and destroy us, to capture us, to salvage. We
yes. And excuse me, what's your name?
Oh, he pauses for just maybe 2 beats too long, perhaps. Maybe not. I'm sure it's fine. And he goes, "Why?"
A roller coaster.
Well, I could call you Hey You. I could call you
Yes.
Weenie. I could call you a great many things. It's your choice.
You can call me Finan Trevix. That's my name.
There is a Val would know, because I imagine like have a mind chatter going on, like mentally a huge eye roll.
Yeah, I'd like to think that mentally they both say at the same time, bullshit. You know?
Well, Finan, it's going to be absolutely paramount that we have your help in this. So I'm going to need you to, do you see where Terrica is? And kind of gestures over to the front area. We need as many of these comm materials as possible. Can you please?
And he nods, and you can see him like settle into kind of like a slight hint of like a sort of a farming accent, just a slight hint. And he goes, of course, I will. And he just sort of like gets up and he goes, but will the doctor see me first though?
Doc, I thought you were on this. What's going on?
Haven't had a chance to interrupt.
The man's face is practically falling off. Patch him up a little bit. Give him a band-aid or something.
I'm not using any of my good stuff, but I'm using the bandages just to stop him.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get any endurance back, but I can at least clean him up.
Yeah. His accent's just a little bit like yours. Just a little.
13.
Thank you. Let me put you right over there so everyone can see it. Where's my mouse? There you go. Whoop. Oh, wrong button. Stop it. You know, I have to, they can't see it. Sometimes roll 20. Sometimes.
Trust us.
Sometimes. No, I trust you. I just want the chat to be able to see it. They need to know what's going on too, or else they'll be sad. There we go. It got a 13. Thank you. That is very good. You wrap him up easily. And he's, yeah, I mentioned that like his shoes aren't particularly nice, right? They're a little bit rough. He doesn't look particularly fancy or modern or fresh, just a little schlumpy and now a little injured. He's not doing so well. And he just sort of smiles at you and he says, "Oh, you seem from a backwoods planet like myself. Where are you from?" He says to the doctor.
Oh, I'm from Beat. Yes, that's where I'm from. Ogma. And then he turns around and gets to doing something more important because fuck this guy.
And he goes, "Huh, Ogma." He says, and he kind of just looks at you and he goes, "I wouldn't know. I've never really done much." And he kind of like gets up and you can see him watching all of you just to see, what you're all about, perhaps, as he goes to follow the instructions from the Harlock.
Mentally, Val gets, "You should have said you're from Finin the planet."
You would receive back, "I didn't want to spend that much thought power on this. You've got more shit."
Evan has gone to this big, huge crash survival pack, which is massive. It's really big. It's like a kind of like a crate sized. And anybody who's flown around knows these survival kits. They are standard, excellent, and by excellent I mean so like they come in like a really heavy sort of tarp like material that covers it, which can be turned into a life raft. It's just that doing so is really, really irritating and takes forever because it's not the best quality stuff. Everybody makes a joke about like how terrible to try to sort of assemble this life raft from this thing. But that thing wraps up this sort of crate that has a bunch of supplies on the inside.
Well, we're not trying to float away.
And everyone sort of pulls it out. And Finan goes over to where Terrica is and walks up to them and is like, "Well, can I help with anything? I'm not particularly experienced with these things. As you know, I mean, I hate flying. I don't know much about technology, but I could help in any way I can."
Well, at this point, we need to find some means of communication, any sort of weapons you could potentially identify. I don't think I can get this back in the air. Not with the shape she's in right now.
Well,
Not without additional supplies for sure.
oh, we're not gonna try to make comms. They're just gonna, those Ogma raiders are just gonna hone in on us if we start sending out signals. That seems dangerous. And also, I don't mean to be rude, but that naked fellow seems really injured. We might want to just leave him here. I mean, he's gonna slow us down, don't you think?
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Yeah.
I'm not naked anymore.
Somewhat naked. I mean, he's not even wearing shoes, so he'll slow us down.
That's true. I'm not wearing shoes.
I think he might
Look,
be drunk.
I completely understand, and there have been many times where I have also wanted to leave him, and it seems fair, but I'm not just going to leave someone because I don't like them, and he'll keep up.
All right. And he just sort of like adjusts his jacket and sort of helps to look around. You have got in this place, I would say, there's like a rifle, right? You've got a rifle with 50 rounds in there. There's like a hatchet.
Was that what I pulled out of the cockpit before, or because I had that written down as a shotgun?
I
wrote it down.
There are two weapons. There's a shotgun that the pilot had, and then there's a rifle in the survival kit. There's also like a bridge medical kit. How long do you want to stay to scavenge materials?
I say take one immediate pass, like not spending time to really like dig past, we're not taking plating off or anything like that. We're seeing what's grabbable and then grab it and go.
Okay.
You might want to tell Terrica that they don't have that much time because
Mhm.
Terrica is definitely
Mhm.
going to be trying to do an in-depth search
Mhm.
because they want to be able to do comms.
um once Evan and Val get the crate off the shuttle and Harlock manages sits down would kind of set him down, then head back on and pop into. I imagine Terrica is in the still in the cockpit area.
Yeah, I think that would be where they would most likely find the comms. I think they would have gone back in.
So we kind of pop ahead and just like bang on the side of the wall right there. Time's up. We have to go. Grab what's grabbable right now, and we're leaving.
Now?
Right now.
I could get so much more. I could
We're going
potentially
right now. If you stay here, you're gonna get locked in. And Amelia turns around and just leaves the shuttle.
Terrica will definitely like grab just a handful of extra wires like on their way out the door, of like just as like they're just shoving things into their pockets.
Give me mechanics if
Grab
you
some
could.
mints.
Yeah.
Give me some mechanics if you would.
Mechanics. Excellent. Do. It's loading. It's loading.
Mhm. Let's see what kind of strength.
This is my loading song. Okay, here we go.
Oh, 14. Okay, that's very nice. Okay, I'm going to note that. I will note that. You're able to get like a bunch of, you're able to scavenge quite a bit from the cockpit, the comms system, because that's what you were looking for. And we will note that for that scavenge. Now, Kareen is actually also going to help pull this big, huge crate. Evan and Kareen are both helping to pull. Finan is not. Finan is on point. Not in the front, though, but more like watching, just like being
like
watchful.
He seems like Johnny Appleseed, but like sowing discord. That's Ari's read on Finan right now.
Does Finan have anything in his hands?
Well, yes.
Go on.
A Danish that he is eating as you are moving out of from the.
Oh, Harlock would just materialize as if like a dark shadow just Batman has just descended. What are you doing?
Well, I'm just eating food. We would go bad, and we have a long.
Harlock is gonna snatch the. Grab a handful of things before I remove your hands from you.
Oh, all right. He looks.
And then as he says that, Harlock's just gonna shove the Danish in his mouth. Hey, we don't let food go to waste around here.
He's gonna go back in, and he's gonna take things from the bodies of the pilots. Is what he's gonna do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Only because I didn't think of it first.
Yep. And he's going to come back out, and you can see him wearing one of the pilot's jackets. And he's got this pair of shoes that he tosses to the Baron, to Severance. And he goes, "Don't slow us down."
Oh, what the hell was this? Thank you.
Yes, that's good thinking, and that's a smart jacket on you. I'd keep wearing it. Meanwhile, mentally to Val, if anyone asks, he was the pilot.
I was going to say, if anybody asks, he's the one in charge.
Oh, I love you all so much. You're the best Tagonists.
Like,
The best
here's
Tagonists.
the bus.
You're the other guy.
So, you find yourself in the woods. You've crash landed, and there are trees and brambles all around you. It is thick, and this doesn't look like a place that people have traveled through. It is sort of, you'll have to sort of dig your way through this place. No, not like not dig, pick your way through sort of brambles and trees to get away from this spot. And I will note that there's you hit this sort of column of rock, and there's a whole, like a skid mark where trees have all been sort of destroyed. So there's a nice bald patch where your ship sort of came in as you're in the midst of sort of this bit of nowhere. A bit of a buzzing feeling, perhaps.
So is it, I get there's a lot of trees. Is it mostly flat? Are there any hills?
Where you're
Is there...
at right now feels flat. Like
Okay.
it seems flat where you are at this moment. But kind of a dense forest.
Yeah. Well, at this point,
It's cold though.
yeah. I think based on the fact that, again, the Harlock has been in some survival situations before, taking knowledge that she has that I Rocket do not have, I would say based on if there's any plant growth or like the way the snow blew in or whatever, gonna just head and do that direction.
Okay. As you're walking, everything is, you don't have a lot of visibility. It's interesting that you've got these bushes that are sort of like a very spiny, like with thick thorns, brambles. And they have, you would not want to walk through them because you will get stuck. They are tall, they're like tall enough that if you like duck down, people would not see you on the other side of them. But these spiny bushes are not easy to hack through. You do have...
So we could potentially, if we found a good spot, use them to our defenses, is what I'm hearing.
You could, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
There is a hatchet, but the hatchet in the survival kit, the hatchet doesn't do a lot for these things. They're pretty tough, is what I would say. But they don't. But there are gaps in them, so you can, like, as you're traveling deeper into the space, you can sort of move and like you can move through gaps of these things. And they're a decent number of gaps. It's not like there's only one or two. Like you can move through as you're sort of moving forward. But you could certainly hide behind them, or use them as defense. It's just that you're still kind of exposed. You're still getting a lot of rain hitting you.
Well, we do have that crappy tarp.
You do, and you're moving deeper and deeper, and the Harlock.
How are the psionics feeling around these parts?
You do. It's just like a buzzing. You know what I mean? Like it's like an electricity over your skin is what it feels like in certain ways, and it's strong. You don't know quite what it is, but it's like it's yeah. Have you ever? I don't know if you've ever had that kind of It's like electricity running over your skin, and that kind of like
when you get your hand real close to touching a balloon.
Yes, right. It's like you got that feeling of like this, and it just feels everywhere. You don't know why, but as you're moving, you can get a sense that the feeling feels stronger in one direction rather than another. Right? That you get a sense that if you went this way, you'd go closer to this feeling, or that way you could go farther away, if that makes any sense.
I believe that Harlock would have that not go directly toward it, but not too far away from it either. Like if it were due north, maybe like northeast, slightly closer to north, but not knowing what that is.
It's sort of like the air, perhaps, if that makes any sense. You know?
Is Severance up and walking at this point?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I think as everyone's kind of moving along, Harlock would fall back to where I imagine Baron is walking. And kind of on a low voice, so not everybody will overhear necessarily. So, care to explain?
What, you think I blew up the ship?
No. You're practically naked. What happened back there?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
I remember I was flailing through the air, and then at one moment, it felt like all of my clothes were peeling through my skin.
And Harlock would lean a little bit closer. You almost teleported. If you were back where I grew up and you were, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, that's what a teleport would look like.
Cool.
Yes, but was that your intention to do that?
I don't think so. No, I was panicking.
Well,
I remember you did test me that one time.
Yeah, there's a lot more clothes involved. Have you felt anything else just as we've been down here at all?
Sense of dread, mainly.
Okay, well, let me know if you feel anything else or if you lose any more clothes. You don't have too many more to go, but let me know.
Literally no more. This is it. But this is
well, it could go, but hopefully that doesn't. It's very cold. There's lots of brambles and such. But yes, no, please be very careful.
What are we doing? Are we leaving? Is Terrica flying us out of here?
Well, we're getting to a safe place first. As likely whoever attacked us, the raiders or whatnot, will be making their way down here in short order.
We're leaving the ship. We should probably go back. The shelter, right?
Yes, it's also a beacon for the ones who are going to be wanting to hunt us. Anyway, once we get situated, we'll get you wrapped up in something a little more warm. And
I'm pretty warm. I'm pretty comfy.
Good. And Harlock will kind of go up towards the front again to kind of see where they're off to.
Everyone.
I'm a bit high vis with this reflecting stuff.
I would like everyone to take a present.
Presents?
Yes.
My reflection.
Everyone gets one free psi point for now. You can add.
For now?
Yeah.
Oh, how fun.
That's cool.
Okay.
Everyone gets a free psi point.
For now.
So does that mean my skill rating is temporarily increased by 1?
That is correct.
Cool.
Just know what your base skill is, but your psi level is temporarily increased by 1.
All right, let's all collectively summon my clothes back. Right?
Hey, if they came off up there, they'll probably land somewhere eventually.
Yeah.
And ready,
we'll
and
run
close
into
my
them.
eye, everyone. Close your eyes and.
So he's sleeping, and they just like.
They're all really
just
tired.
with them too.
Yeah.
As you're moving, right, it's getting dark, and it's you've been walking for like an hour or so, just through following the Harlock. And as you're moving, after about an hour, the landscape changes some. The trees sort of thin out some. It gets a bit more less flat, sort of strange. Some parts become very flat of the ground, and those parts there's not a lot of nothing really grows there except very small little bits of like very small plants, as if the soil itself is something's up with it, perhaps. So you've got these sort of like stretches of very flat areas, and you have some like mounds, like small, I wouldn't call them hills necessarily, but sort of mounds, dirt-covered mounds, sort of at odd areas here or there.
Does it seem like animal mounds? Like, would my experience with pets be useful here for determining this?
It doesn't seem like animal mounds. You know animal mounds. You know what those things are like. And it doesn't seem like that. They seem too big. Like a 5-foot tall sort of mound, right? That like a small, hill's too big of a word. Do you know what I mean?
Berm.
Like a berm. Yes, thank you. Like a berm.
I have a feeling I know what these are, but I'm not. Different.
And like you still have like patches of trees here or there, but you're sort of moving out into spaces like you've got berms and sort of like stretches of like, I don't know, less, very flat, but less arable land, perhaps.
I hate this.
That sort of feeling gets a little bit stronger. The Harlock.
Can the doctor saddle up to Corinne?
Mm-hmm. She's on edge. Very much on edge. She doesn't have a weapon on her, but she looks as if she's in fight or flight mode, like she's just waiting for something bad to happen.
Val would come up to her and say, "This is your planet. What can we expect here?"
She looks about and she says, "This place is taboo. None of us come here. This is a dead place. I've never been here. I've never been off of my island, except when I left to see the stars. But this place is a bad place. It's only death.
Are there others here?
There should be no one. It is forbidden for anyone to come here.
Why is it forbidden? Why is it forbidden?
The stories. My grandmother and my grandparent and their grandparents and theirs have said that this is the place of death from the old time, and it was destroyed in a great ball of fire. And from that time, none of us come here. There's nothing here.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not walking through a sacred place or any place that might be claimed.
No one should be here. It is only sacred in that it is to be avoided.
Is there any way off of this place?
If we could get to the coast, maybe we could sail? And Evan goes,
Sail.
well, if we waited out,
Pirates?
there might be, they might have brought rescue.
I'm thinking we just waited out the shelter.
Well, we still need to find a good place to camp out from all this.
No good place. It's the ship we were just on.
And
Do you want to get?
Finan goes, he's been hit in the head, I think. That ship's not shelter. That's just a place where we'll be captured by Ogma raiders. And he sort of glances over at Val.
Val glances back and says audibly and also in his mind, "Fuck off."
Surround sound.
He sort of looks at you. I need a roll from someone.
What kind of a
Thank you.
roll?
It's a good question.
Do tell.
It's a good question. I need a
Go
roll.
on.
Well, there are many options here.
Her.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like I'm only useful in this arc for my skills.
Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, some of the native fauna has arrived.
Yes, the native fauna might be a thing.
Do we need street drugs, anyone? Otherwise,
I don't know. I'm just going to be hanging out.
I feel like something like, let's see, recon might be good.
Hold on.
Okay,
Does anybody have, what
hold on.
kind of sciences do people have? Let's see what we got here.
I have street medicine.
Hmm.
Wise.
I do have hang on, let me.
Mm-hmm.
I have
Mhm.
2 in recon.
Yeah, that could be good. That could be good.
I have 3 in psionicology.
Not
I have 4 in survival and 4 in streetwise.
Hey.
okay. let's
I
get
didn't
some.
realize that I'm
This
that
this
I'm a
guy.
survivor.
Yeah,
I'm a survivor, but I didn't know I was a survivalist.
yeah. I feel like some recon and some survival might be good.
All
All
right.
right.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Mm-hmm.
Intellect.
I have none of those things.
Yes.
I have to get into like this weird power stance if I want to roll. Which
Yes. Yes. Get it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If somebody would like me to assist, I could do that with.
I can do recon.
Okay, I'll roll for an assist, and I
Mhm.
have I've got Sue up, so
Mm-hmm.
8.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Boy's got a 12.
recon is intellect.
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes. In this case.
Figure it'd be that versus education in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I got 14
Oh. On recon.
recon.
Mm-hmm. And you got a bonus of a +1.
15.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh dang.
That's an exceptional success. I also want to know what's happening with our Baron has a survival of 12. Okay, that's good. Good to know. So a couple of things. As you're moving. As you're also, Val, do you have farming? Do you have any farming skills?
I didn't realize I was supposed to pack my farming skill. What are the?
I'm just curious. There's probably some sort of profession actually, but you never became a farmer, really.
No.
No. Okay. As you're moving through, you start noticing something about these berms. They're not just like hillocks.
Oh, here we go.
You notice that one over there is rectangular.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Here we go.
And you notice that these sort of very thin, sort of these patches of straight earth that don't have a lot of growth on them, but little things here and there, they're actually straight. They make lines. And you notice like right angles, right? Moving forward and then a right angle. And as you're moving, you're like, wait. This is or was a city.
Ah.
These are probably roads. If you dig down, you probably are going to get concrete maybe, and that's why nothing is growing on these, where the roads like asphalt with these probably roads, and those are probably buildings. But it has been hundreds of years.
Right. We don't have a shovel.
Okay.
Okay.
But that does mean severance. If this once was a city with your survival, if you get deeper in, you might be able to find some parts of buildings that are still, you could still probably get inside. There's probably shelter deeper in, but this was once probably a great city. Now all rubble.
Well, this doesn't look good.
Looks rather interesting. And turns to the lady. You said this was a place of death. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
There's a loose dirt.
Is anyone else seeing what I'm seeing in all this?
The right angles. It looks like there could have been some sort of community that lived here. The loose dirt, it makes me think that this isn't packed, which means also it wasn't meant to be buried like some sort of grave site, which I thought it was at first. But,
Yeah, two directional. Like if this grids out like it definitely was a road. I bet if we keep going, we might be able to find. Yeah, if we follow this, we might be able to find. Yeah, exactly where. Maybe there's something that's not buried quite so deep we could find shelter within.
It's just flat, and there's just these berms of where buildings were, where these plots were. So they're not. I thought they were the size of sarcophaguses or maybe even a body, but they're now. But now in my mind's eye, right in the middle of it. Look, they were so small.
Well, where you
Right.
started, they were smaller, right? But as you're moving
Okay.
in, they start to get larger, right?
Mhm.
Little larger pieces of these
Uh-huh.
berms.
As they start to then plot out
Hmm.
Mhm.
shop
Yeah.
areas, maybe,
Yeah.
or maybe some
Yep.
architectural.
Yep.
Cool.
And as you move, you
Um,
can see a piece of a wall. It's only like a couple of feet off the ground, you're right, but with creepers and vines over it.
Around here might be a good place to see if anything else is accessible, indicating the visible wall.
Mm.
you've activated my bushcraft cord brain. Is there any trees and vegetation nearby besides the creepers, or is like what else is sticking straight up out of the ground here? Anything?
Well,
Or is it just these berms, that wall, and then it's sort of it?
trees have grown. Some of
Mhm.
those, some
The
of those,
Bramley, you said, right?
some of those brambly sort of
Oh,
bushes have,
the sticker ones.
the sticker ones have sort of grown
Yeah.
here or there, scrub very like. And you've got sort of some bushes and some trees, and they kind of, when you sort of move, you can sort of emerge as they sort of break up from back, the trees sort of break up the lines, but as you push through them, they become a little bit sparser. They're still there. But you get a lot of these kind of like creepers and vines over what must have been buildings. And as you sort of move forward, you might see like a metal pole, maybe once a light post. And
So like large metal
Yeah.
pole.
yeah, a large metal pole. And
So like cumbersome to dance around. Right?
yes,
Good
but
to-
twisted and melted. Like parts of it have melted once long ago. And you can tell that it's melted because metal poles don't look that way.
Usually.
Yes, bits of glass here and there, but glass that looks like it was made from heat, intense heat from the ground and the earth.
Yeah.
Is there any way to do a little
Mhm.
test to see
Like
how much
phosphorus.
how much radiation
Energy
might still
weapon.
be around here? I don't know.
You don't seem
Trooper,
to.
I have a Geiger counter. Can I pull that out and use that, please?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'd rather not a slow death either.
Mm-hmm. Also, Severance, you're from Drinax. Drinax, the planet itself, has quite a bit of radioactivity still because it was bombed 200 years ago.
Oh, I know. I'm very aware.
Yeah, you were familiar with that sort of thing. In terms of the Geiger counter, there's not any kind of radiation. I mean, there's after effects, but nothing that's going to get you. Do you know what I mean? You're not feeling that kind of sense of radiation, although the scars of it are still there. You know, you can get like little slips, like trace slightly higher bits here or there. But what that says to you, it must have been really bad. Because this is
Long
centuries
time ago, too, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's centuries.
Nothing
and
like 30 rads or greater.
No.
We're safe then, is what he. Okay.
but
Woo!
but it's a little bit more elevated than like an average place. But that says to you that this was what 700 years ago. This must have been something.
Mm.
This must have been a place of death, shall we say?
I'll say.
If you go there,
That's
you
the
would
word
die.
on the street is.
That's what the word on the street is. Indeed.
So there's a large melted pole in front of us. There's
Yeah.
also this broken-ish wall. Sorry, I'm now
Yeah.
in survival shelter
Yes.
brain.
And you can see more mounds. And as you in the distance, right? It's still kind of dark though, because it's not. You're not in full in the middle of the night. It's like the sun has just set. You can see these sort of shapes, large shapes in the distance. You can see what is like the emergence of this city. Although I would say, for the record, nothing is above 2 stories.
Mm.
This
The
pole.
yeah.
Sorry, you first. Okay, me first. This pole, is it hollow, like a street light would
Yes.
be, or is it like
Yes.
a large? Okay.
Yes.
And I could see it sort of twisted and melted.
Yeah.
How much of it is left?
You've got about 7 foot of pole emerging from.
And then it gets mangly weird.
Yeah. Like
like
you know,
a
like
palm
the
tree
cross
of
beam of that place. Like you got to pull up and over. Imagine it's looking a little bit Dali. You know what I mean? Like
Snapped over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Gross.
Yeah.
Love it. All right. Do we have a flare? Anyone? Do we have anybody have any emergency flares?
There's likely some in the
Pack.
pit.
absolutely.
Gestures over to thing. Harlock's going to be kind of looking around the area to see if, like, especially the buildings, to see if there's any any way to gauge where an opening might be, or at least somewhat easier to access the inside, or anything that leads into what now would be a cave, or
That is a thing that most certainly is probably out there a little bit further in.
Okay.
However, I do want to note something.
yeah.
You hear something.
Oh, I knew it. What is
Probably,
it? What's it
I think I am
sound like?
hyper focused on finding a flare, so I don't know if I do.
It's a sound.
Yeah.
And then you see it.
Luau.
And then you see it. Birds.
Terrica raises their gun and is just like ready to.
Like birds, flying birds,
Yes.
birds. Okay,
Yes.
that's not great.
You see a flock of birds, and like
Oh, no.
just out of the corner of your eye, it looked like it might have been something different, right? Because they're sort of flocking, so it looked like some kind of large thing. But it's this flock of birds, and they're flying towards the city center, the city, probably going home to roost. But
Okay. So it's not like they suddenly got startled, and
no,
it's more that they're just heading where they're heading.
yes, but
Okay.
there are weird angles to the things here, and there are these shadows everywhere, and it's hard to see what's happening. And these little movements of birds make it seem like there's something there at the corner of your eyes, right? That there's something just off to the side, and then it's actually just like a small set of like 3 birds that go by.
Sure it is.
And these birds are not super high in the sky; they're actually kind of low, so they're sort of flying by you, not so like it seems like, oh, what was that right by you? It's like when I was in the Army one time and I had just arrived in South Carolina for the very first time, and I'm sitting on these bleachers at 3 a.m. waiting to go into the barracks, and we're under the lights, and then this thing flew by the corner of my eye, and I was like, what was that? And I was like, what kind of birds are flying at night? That's weird. And I asked somebody who was from the area, and I was like, what bird was that? Because I know from Shakespeare, they're like maybe nightingales. And they're like, oh, no, that's a palmetto bug. And I was like, what kind of bug can you see? Can you actually see through the corner of your eye flying?
Roaches.
Yeah.
Hey, if it gets close enough, you can see all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and it turns out that they are giant flying cockroaches, which I did not appreciate
Neat.
at all. And so
Yeah, so much fun.
yeah, so they're birds, right? But these birds are flying kind of low, like around like anywhere between like your waist to like maybe above your head, and they're just like some of them like little bits sort of going.
I'm gonna.
I think Terrica, all things considered, would definitely fire their weapon at the birds.
Terrica, what are you doing?
Please roll.
All right.
Please roll.
What should I roll for that? Actually,
This is going to be
I have gunner.
no gunners for big guns.
That's what I thought.
Gunners,
You need gunlet.
but gun combat if you have it.
I don't have gun combat.
Please roll with a -3.
Am I in front of her? Am I in front of them?
Oops, sorry, that
Nice.
did
I was
not
shooting at the
me.
birds, I swear.
Right
I
over
don't.
my head. Ah!
It is not a
I don't
critical
think that
failure.
had the -3.
Perfect.
Oh, you did not roll the -3.
I didn't have the -3,
Nice.
so it is a critical failure.
It is.
Terrica, what
Is
are
that
you
how it
doing?
works?
Oh,
Is zero
wait,
still- is
but
zero
my
still a critical
luck.
failure, or is
No,
that-
we're
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
do this.
Do you have
Let's
luck?
just-
You have luck.
I do have luck. I do have
Oh
luck. But
my goodness.
also, Terrica's not a gunner. Like, this is. I like using my luck on piloting things.
Yes.
Terrica's a pilot.
So
They're
yes.
that makes
they are
so much
not
sense.
a shooter.
Uh-huh.
So I think.
Can everybody roll luck for me, please?
Oh my lord.
Oh God.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
Roll. Wait, so
I hate this.
how do we roll luck again? I don't
It's
remember about using it.
it's a like normal. It's a skill just like
Okay.
everything
Oh.
else.
Neat.
So roll your
Okay.
2d6 and then you get your luck modifier.
Oh my God.
9.
What's your luck modifier?
Hey.
I don't know.
That would be a 15.
And what's your luck modifier?
Or wait, no, I rolled a 9. My luck modifier is 6.
Your luck modifier can't be 6. You
It
have
is.
you have a luck of 6.
Or yes, no, my luck is 6.
Yes, if your
I don't know where my modifier is.
if your luck is 6, you have no modifier.
Then I have no modifier. It's 9.
9. Myth, you rolled a 9. What's your luck?
Great question. I've never used it, and I never know where it is, and I just haven't used it yet.
Willen,
So high, so
Willen,
much
if
luck.
you know.
What was that?
Willen, if you know what his luck is, let me know.
Oh,
I
right.
feel
Oh,
like it
yeah.
came up one time before.
Mhm.
It did,
Remember
and
what
I
it
just went,
was.
yeah, and I should
I'm never gonna
probably
need that
definitely
again.
put it.
But
Yeah, I'm
I-
never gonna need that.
I've linked you some on the Google Docs in our thing, character sheets that have a luck spot in there, so you can put those in there.
Oh, nice.
So
Add a skill. Does that count? Can I
Grim,
just add like a.
what's your luck modifier?
I thought I had 9 luck.
Okay, that's a +1. That gives you a 10. Mit's at a 9.
nice.
Harlock, you rolled a 9, and what's your
That is
luck?
correct.
Oh, you're at a 9. So
Might be my
Yeah,
size
this
score
at a
though.
9.
Mm-hmm.
9 all day.
So Terrica doesn't have to roll this.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
No, you don't need to roll it because,
Oh, Lord.
it's not your problem. Let me go and roll for, this here is for Corinne.
Not my dude. Oh, no. Oh,
This
God.
is for Finan.
My God.
Mhm.
Who cares about him? Get him out of here. Shoot him.
This is for Evan.
No.
Critical fail.
Evan!
I would
Oh,
like you.
Evan!
I would like you to roll damage. What pistol do you have? What weapon is this? You're wearing you have a sidearm, do you not? Is it the one from your ship?
Evan's our
Oh,
wolfman.
well, they don't have a
Yes.
sidearm. They only took
Yes,
their
that is what weapon
their
is.
rapier.
But-
So it was
The shotgun?
I scavenged off of the shotgun.
Nice.
Either that or the what was the other one? I wrote it down.
The rifle.
The rifle. Yeah. It was,
They had the shotgun. I think that is
Yeah.
fair. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Awesome.
shotgun.
mercy. No, it's not us.
It's dark, right?
Oh,
It's
God.
dark. Things are moving. You don't know what's happening, and then this shot goes off.
Yeah.
I am going to have to pull up those shotgun stats if you
Oh,
don't
God.
mind. Yeah, because
If the shotgun is anything like Cthulhu,
Like a shotgun in real life.
like a shotgun at point blank range.
Nice.
That he was supposed to be our like
Mhm.
dude. Oh,
Yes, he
God.
was, but he rolled a critical fail, so that's very exciting.
Oh.
Janie, our
Immediately,
friend.
immediately when the shot goes off, though,
Mhm.
Harlock would spin around and like, if it were possible to slap the gun out of their hand, would do. What are you doing? Do you want to alert everyone exactly where we are? What is wrong with you?
Roll 4D if you don't mind.
Oh, jeez. Oh, here it comes.
Wait, me?
Yes, please.
Oh no!
I don't want to.
Please do.
Anybody could have done it. It
No,
could've been
no,
anyone.
that's a D4. I want 4D6.
Oh, 46.
Yes, please.
I would really rather not.
I would love for you to roll. 16.
I would really not like to roll like that.
Oh.
Mhm.
Is it possible
Mhm.
for anyone to
Mhm.
assist our guy?
Oh, that was a surprise. That was a
Oh,
surprise.
geez. All right.
Okay. You know, I have this
Wow.
sheet with everybody's health
Mhm.
right there, just in
Yeah.
case it happened that bad things were going on, and
Oh
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
he does have some personal body armor, but it's not a lot because you're not supposed to be wearing bulky armor.
What extra
Does
does
he
he get from that loud tie? Does that help deflect some of the?
Oh yeah. Or maybe like
so
he's really
loud.
good at dodging things because he's had like that experience
true.
somewhere.
I draws more pellets into his chest.
Oh jeez.
So,
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Oh,
here's the
God.
thing. That was
This one's so
awesome.
much worse.
Yeah, it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Oh no.
Mhm.
Right.
So you rolled really badly though. So I will be taking that off of your damage because normally you get a bonus, right, for rolling really, really
Makes
well.
sense. Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
get
yeah.
a bonus.
But you'll get a
Yay!
so that'll be 13. That'll be 13 rather than
Cool, cool.
normal. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. So the shot goes off in the dark. And then you hear "Argh."
Evan?
I'm so sorry. I'm so,
After
I'm so
chastising.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Harlock will go
I'm so
over
sorry.
to where he is.
Let's
Is he
see.
is he just gone? Is he a goner?
It's not dead.
Okay, well that's
Luckily, his dex is quite good, so that's
Oh,
nice.
thank goodness.
But that means he has more hit points to soak, so that's
okay.
great. Yeah. Well, he's gonna have to hit that dive for cover, I suppose, which will take that down from 13 to an 11. And well, there's a lot of vegetation.
Not to be an a-hole trooper, did he really see that coming though?
You're right, he didn't. It's the middle of the night. He wouldn't see it
No.
coming. He can't dive or cover 13.
Yo,
No help. No help.
Oh no! Oh no!
Nice.
my dude.
Mm-hmm.
You want us not to have any passengers? Come on now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well,
Just to be clear, if that like gun slap did not remove the shotgun from Terrica's hands, they have definitely dropped it now, like a hot
I'm
potato.
sure
like,
I'm sure he'll forgive you like that guy did when
Gun
they went duck
away.
hunting.
Yeah, why couldn't he be like the dog in Duck Hunt?
Yeah.
He's
Bird shot. This is buckshot. There's
Oh,
a
right.
huge difference.
We don't. Hey, we don't
the
know.
back,
It was a
in
shot
the
We
before
don't
dark.
know
bird.
what ammunition the shotgun has in it. It could be anything.
What is buckshot? But what is birdshot? But buckshot towards birds, right?
yeah. So he is down.
Cool.
Uh,
He's unconscious or dead. You don't know. He's
Oh my
not
God.
moving. His
Harlock will get down and like
his
start
gray
covering up.
suit is covered in blood.
Oh my God, doctor, get over here.
Is it my size? No reason.
Terrica just keeps saying like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm
Um,
sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Harlock has hands
God.
over the wound.
By the
like,
way,
pushing down.
Kareen like freaks out. Finan gives a yelp and like ducks for cover, and the birds go wild.
Everyone, guns down now. Doctor, I need your help on
What
this.
happened? What happened?
Yeah,
Holding.
over, and he has
There in
like
hand.
a light on his shoulder that he clicks to give himself like a field of light to work under. It's focused and low, and it's got like a red lens over it to kind of help mitigate its kind of exposure to anybody that might be watching.
Mm-hmm.
What are we looking at here?
Can I get a? I need some medicine from you. Is what I need.
I think we're looking at a giant hole in a wolfman.
Is
It's what I would imagine.
that your
we're looking at.
expert opinion?
Come on, the doctor.
Doc, what can you make of this? Well, I can make a hat.
There's
I
a
can
big
make
fucking
boat.
hole in this guy.
There's a hole in this man.
The good news is there's a lot of them. All right, I mean, come on. Okay,
I can make a bread.
Mhm.
I'd only get one bonus because I don't have time to use
Mhm.
my other stuff. So
I don't have any health. I would have to
10.
have some sort
A
of
10.
doctor thing to help.
Could Terrica help with? Well, I guess sorry.
Do you have
said that
medic?
earlier. No, but I think they would try to help. Wait, actually, lies. I do have medic.
No, that's great.
Please
'cause I don't.
roll it, and it can give a bonus to Val
Excellent.
or a
They would
penalty
definitely be like over there. They
Or-
would also be saying
Val-
sorry like 1,000
Val
times.
or a
We definitely
penalty.
want to make sure Terrica does not feel too bad. So
I'm going to note that that's a fail, which will
What?
give a -1 to that medic roll, unless you spend luck.
I will spend because it's one luck, right? To bring
That's
it
not
out of
the
a fail.
worst.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I would spend one luck for that, and I think it's purely like because that would be a luck thing. They would come over, they would have their hands on the wrong place, not even covering an artery at first, and then they like stumble as they go to kneel down, and they happen to land on covering an artery. Like yeah.
while they're doing that, could Val kind of guide Terrica's hands to the appropriate place for pressure? And not smart ass, but he's literally like pressing the top of their hands into
Mhm.
where the pressure is,
Yeah.
and you would look over at them, and there's no the exchange between the two of them. Their ride or dies. He would simply just say, "Thank you, you're helping," and then he would,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So
and then he would squeeze their hand and go back to work.
That's an 11. That is a success with a effective +2. So let's talk about what happened. I'm going to describe this to you in two different ways. One, in the world, and one out of the world, so you just know how bad this is, you know?
Oh God.
He's not dead. But he got hit in the back by a shotgun. And he's unconscious. And he's not waking up right now. He's not in a coma, but he's out. He's bleeding pretty heavily, and you're gonna have to work pretty hard to sort of patch him up. And when you look at, and you do with the help, you're able to do that. You're able to patch him up. But, and this is something that you know from your experience. He's badly damaged. He's badly hurt. He's hurt in the sense that in order to really get better, you're going to need him to be in a med bay. He doesn't need surgery though, right? He's not so badly off that he needs surgery or he'll die. But he's going to, in order to recover well, he needs to be in a hospital or a sick bay. He needs bed rest, right? This is serious injury. Yeah, it's not great where he's at. Now, I will say this. Outside of the world, we have 3 physical characteristics: strength, endurance, and dexterity. And when you take damage, it goes from your endurance first, right? And then once your endurance is done, it goes from either your strength or your dexterity. He has a dexterity of 8 and an endurance of 5. His strength is not an 8, so he took it off of his dexterity, bringing him to 0 in both endurance and also dexterity. If you go to 0 with all 3 of your stats, you die. That's it. Well, I'm putting in an optional where you may not die. You just might be maimed really badly. But we'll give you a death check. If you have 2 of them done, that's real bad, right? That's real bad. With that sort of thing, natural healing is not going to do it for you. It might help a little bit, but you need to have medical care, or it's bad. So when you get a medical check, as we just did with first aid, you get points back based on your medical check. So you had a margin of, basically a success effect of, what is that? 3? That's what you have. That is your effect. So he can get 3 points back. He can heal 3, but since you're doing it, you get to choose where those go.
Move right now, so he's going to put him into endurance. That's the most vital stat right now.
Okay. So his endurance is 3, is where he's at the moment. This will be helpful because to wake up from unconsciousness, you need to make an endurance check.
Right.
So just put that there for you.
Thou, who was looking around before, we have that one building that has like the corner open, you said, with like the vinage kind of covering it.
It was mostly just a wall. It wasn't even a full building yet. You need to go further in.
Thou would say, I need a building, I need a roof.
Yeah, there's no roof at the moment. That's deeper.
Yep, I'm on it. Yes, I am.
And I'm going to grab the flare if I can. Actually, I'm not going to light it, but I will. We have a flare.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
If
So
you need light, I've got cold light lanterns that I
I
can
I was
get
gonna say,
to.
I think there are
Don't need
probably in
light.
the box too.
As I go over to the hollow hole, And it's standing straight up.
Yep. Well, a little cacked. Like it's just a little off 90. Like
Okay.
80.
I am going. How many flares do we have?
Oh, you have quite a few because you have them in your kit, right? So your survival kit has a number of flares. You've got, what do you got? You got
So we could just go crazy with them. Hundreds.
hundreds of flares. I'd say probably 12.
Afraid. 12. I'm
Yeah.
going to take 3 of them. And then I'm going to break up 2 of them.
And you have 4 cold light beacons as well. Lanterns.
Cool. And I wasn't going to be a survivalist, and then I realized I have 4 in survival, so I might, and I'm in a smart.
You have
character, so,
lived on the planet of Drinax,
yeah.
which is a bombed out,
yeah.
miserable place.
Never mind, it's just no home. I'm going to go ahead and I think as soon as we start to get into this area, I think that's when things start to then pick up instinctually for Severance. As Severance grabs 3 flares, 2 of them he sort of breaks down, or he tries to with them, and tries to break it down as best he can, creating hopefully some sort of phosphorescent magnesium dust around the base of this, or encircling as close as he can toward the base of this pole. And then he's going to light one of them, and hopefully this will, and he's going to feed the fire with whatever's nearby, branches and debris and things, to try to hopefully there's enough phosphorescent magnesium here to melt through this likely cheap metal, so that we can that it'll bend over and we can use it as a post for a shelter.
Roll survival.
Okay, great. Intellect.
Yes, please.
Cool. Any bonuses?
Yes, you get a boon because you've got
Cool.
good equipment.
Also, whilst this is going on, I would like to roll a psionics, if I may.
Psionicology or psionics?
I was trying to look up which ones. I think I want. I think probably clairvoyance is going to be the best.
Great idea.
My other thought was doing telepathy with some of the birds, but clairvoyance might be a little more direct.
All right, I'm okay with this. Let us note you were able to sort of you can hear it twist the metal, right? And you can sort of pull it, weakens,
Clanging.
yeah. And you can pull the pole down as Evan is
Someone help me out with this.
like
Try
just
to climb it. And
Corinne comes to help. She's going to help
Very
because
cool.
like things are like a little bit.
Fight! Help him!
And then
The birds move in a panic. You see a flight of them just leave. It's probably because of the gunshot, probably. Talk to me about your clairvoyance. What would you like?
Yeah, I'm gonna do. I think there's clairvoyance. There's a few clairs we can work with. I think I didn't get all the way down there in the book. Isn't there like a clair?
There's sense, which
clair about knowing.
right, which is lets you sense things at some point in the distance, right?
Yeah, I want to sense where there's an actual building we can get within.
There's also so there's sense, which lets you sense things at some point in the distance, right? There is tactical awareness, which lets you perceive dangers and foes around you. There's clairvoyance, which allows viewing of a situation at some distant point. Clairaudience, which is hearing. Clairsentience, which is seeing and hearing.
I think I'm gonna do sense, just knowing where
It's a
the
basic
nearest-
distraction. Yeah.
Knowing where the nearest building we could break our way into would be.
So give me a check, please. Now this is very rudimentary. It's not, you're not going to see things. You're just going to get a sense of it, right? Like you'll get, it's like you'll sense shapes rather than like see a scene. If that makes any sense.
Maybe. So all the birds have been heading toward the
Towards the sea.
direction.
How far distant?
far can I go?
That's your choice.
Ah, geez. Let's
Boost.
do 400 feet.
Okay.
Because things are pretty dense at this point, so.
Please make a check. Also roll 1d6 first.
Okay. That is a 3.
A 3.
First one.
So this will take about 30 seconds to do, which you're doing, I think, while the pole is being sort of burnt and sort of bent over, and while Evan is being saved from death. You don't see the rolls in that small window. What? All right, I will look. Thank you. Thank you, William.
I'm rolling.
Oh, that's right. That was an off the table one.
Hang on. Let me.
That was an off the table one.
These right here.
Then please make a side check, if you don't mind,
Okay.
with a clairvoyance.
All right. This one. That is a 9.
Oh, you're right. You are right. You are right indeed. Interesting. Give me. I see you. I see you.
Oh.
Yeah, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Give me one moment. I got it.
That wasn't toward me then.
No. What you got?
9.
A 9. Okay.
But in case you here, hang on.
And you get to add your clairvoyance skill.
Yeah, it's a big old 0.
Okay.
That's my lowest skill.
9 is 9 is good. So you're going to send your mind out to sort of see basically what are the most important things that you can read, right? This is the best way to put it. And this, by the way, is going
where there's one of the rooms that would be hollow and that has a thinner layer of covering on any portion.
Now, I'm going to just, because I think it's important, to just note exactly what sense does. I'm going to read it out loud so that you know what it doesn't do. For reasons. It's the basic power. It's a routine check. It's only difficulty 6. The routine power to sense things at some point in the distance. A traveler will become aware of the most rudimentary characteristics of a location when applying this ability. For example, the referee will give a basic description without detail, a room containing 4 dogs or an open plain with a tree and no animals or men present. The clairvoyant traveler must state the range at which they're applying the power and will generally sense the most interesting or important feature at that range. The effect of the check determines the level of accuracy and clarity. Just going to note that that's what this power is. It's not, for example, the tactical sense or clairvoyance or clairaudience. I'm just noting it. You cast your...
We'll deal with all the rest of that later.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, it cost 1 side point, so make sure...
Yeah, I got it.
You cast your mind outward. The flocks of these little sparrows, these birds moving.
Get out of here.
And your mind goes outward, looking for spaces. And you're looking for buildings. There are buildings, clumps, buildings. There was a roof that was mentioned. And you don't have senses. You can't see it. You've got deeper. You think there are things without roofs, but perhaps a little bit deeper. You sense on the edge, on the very edge, a building? A building, maybe, with a roof. And something else. What was that? What is that? Because you're trying to sense what it is. Something, yes, a building, stairs, maybe. Warmth? It's not really warmth. That's not the right word for it. Warmth implies like fire, but like, it's like a psychic warmth, perhaps.
Oh, fun.
Yes. I need to know what Terrica's doing before anything else happens.
I think they're still helping take
Mm.
care of our boy. They're just there with Val, hands whatever Val needs, they're doing to try and saying sorry under their breath maybe 1,000 times.
Mm. The smell of blood is thick in the air. Severance, Finan has helped you. He came slow, but Kareen helped you pull this thing down. You've got this now. You've got this pole sort of bent in the order that you would like it. What do you do?
Well, I was hoping to snap it off from the base so we can move it. About
Yes.
7 feet. And then I'm going to drag it over toward the rubble wall, and then I'm going to just lean it up against it, and I'm going to start picking off some of the vines and brush and creepy crawlies and thorny briars that are nearby, and start draping it to try to make. Here's a question. Small detail that may not matter, but only to me. When these thorny twiggies, do they snap, or do they sort of bend? You know, like
They're quite
like
thick, and you've
like
yet to be
southern
able to.
vines would sort of probably bend, but like
Yeah.
northern or probably would crack
Yeah.
and snap.
So the
I don't
vines
know,
themselves,
like
the creepers themselves, they're not the big thorny bushes. The thorny bushes you've
Okay.
yet to cut through.
Uh-huh.
Those things seem to be very resilient, but the creepers themselves are a little bit more kudzu-like.
I don't know what that means.
Kudzu's like this southern vine that grows very, very quickly, and will just like overtake you.
Okay, you could break it with your hand.
Yeah.
Like snap it.
You
Yeah.
even got a knife. You'd probably want because it's very living. You'd probably want to go and like cut it, but you could.
Yeah, I will do my best. I don't have enough time to weave anything. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and start probably cutting as much as I can, maybe even trying to get some of the briars to use some of that for some structural stability, and then use the kudzu-like vines to drape and make a shelter. And then while I'm doing this, or I think while I'm hauling this, rewind, while I'm bringing the pole over and hoisting that, I go, "Is he still bleeding, Doc?" As I sort of limp this, probably with somebody else, as it's dragging a line over toward the rubble wall.
Val would kind of do a little glance in Terrica's direction. It's stopped for now. He's lying. It's just stop it.
Would I know that? Would I know that you're lying? I guess I gotta make a check.
Yeah, probably. If you engage the gaze of the doctor, he wouldn't try to hide it on his
I've
face.
also probably seen you lie before.
Yeah.
What's her name? So,
And it doesn't take much to like Terrica's not gonna. They're not picking up on a whole lot right now. So you could say like the sky is green, and they'd be like, okay.
Yeah, of course it is. It always has been. Okay,
sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm going to then maybe I'm gonna try to, as I'm holding, I'm try to maybe with like some of my middle fingers pinch with like the top knuckles out of my pocket one of the flares and just drop it on the ground and kick it over towards you, Doc, as I just go, "You need to stop the bleeding." Anyway.
I am going to just bring up something for no reason.
Just a little street medicine.
Val, there is no way that Val could hide the disdain at what you're suggesting when you kick the flare over to him. He has this bag full of the most technologically advanced medicine, and you kick him a fucking flare. Yeah, I mean, if there was a way, if he had a glove, he'd smack you across the face with it. This is an affront to everything that he has lied his way through.
Yeah, try that.
And now Terrica knows he's still bleeding.
He just
leaves Terrica's like,
just leaves it.
I'm just gonna
just go, like, man, all right. Totally white right now.
So I just need to know something for no reason. So let's just, for no reason, put some meeples out, shall we? But for no reason, I wouldn't even worry about it.
Not.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look at the map that you're making.
In case you don't have to put.
So we have some meeples. here. And I kind of, so here, this is going to be Evan, right? We're going to just put Evan right there. Here's Evan, right? And Evan has got, Evan's not doing well. I feel like,
How's the bleeding meeple? That should be, oh, it's, no, you don't have one.
yeah, no, but here we can just put, we can just say that poor Evan is bleeding.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So that's Evan. I need you all to just, we're gonna deal with this for a moment because this is gonna be a bit of a I'm just curious. There's no particular reason why I am.
I believe you.
Cool. Good. I'm glad to know it. And then let's so there's Kareen and this is Finan.
There you go. Just so we're clear.
Right. Let's put.
I'm worried.
I don't know why you'd be worried. So let's see. Let's what color would you like?
Got duty hit points. I just remembered. Oh crap.
How many hit points do you
What
have?
color?
I don't
Yeah.
remember. Probably awful.
I'll take
I'm looking.
yellow.
You got that yellow? All right, Harlock. You are yellow.
Yay.
Harlock, that is
I'll
you.
be.
Yay.
My endurance
Oh,
is
I see
currently
the map
4.
now.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to make sure all players
I do
control
not.
all this. I put you all there. Yeah, so you should be in the roll 20.
I mean, I see the grid. I just don't see anything.
I put, let's see,
I see us floating on a blank
control by all players,
and
right?
barren sea.
I do have this token that we picked up one time.
I can
yes.
move myself. Though.
Good. Perfect. Let me make sure. Who's red?
I think Terrica's hands are pretty red right now.
Nice.
Oh,
Red.
Awesome.
keeps washing her hands out.
They're just like the whole time. They're just like, sorry, can't get the stain out.
Here you
Out,
go.
damn spot.
Out,
Out.
damn spot.
Baron, should you be white? Or should you be green?
Yeah. I'll be green.
Okay, so this is Val.
Doc can be white.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't mind, I'm just curious for no particular reason.
Mhm.
When you say that.
Starting to not believe you.
Yeah, you shouldn't believe me at all in any way. Not with this one. Yeah, I would just like to know where everybody is at this moment. I'm not doing a full map for other reasons.
Which direction is toward the further into the city?
Let's put further into the city to your right.
Okay, in that case, Harlock would likely be over here, kind of sending out some brain feelers.
Found an
The
old
old
piece of a
brain
wall over
feelers.
here.
Excellent.
And that's where I am.
Yep. So Severance is there. Evan is probably here?
Terrica is near Evan then.
Right. So Finan is probably here because Finan wants to
Oh my
be.
golly.
There we go.
There's the pole.
Mm-hmm,
Let me get rid of that.
That's the longest pole I have.
Well. I get that a lot, thank you.
Okay.
The skill.
Good.
So, Harlock, you feel as if there's probably going to be good shelter deeper into the ruins, probably beyond the 400, because you're seeing these things coming together.
Yeah.
I'm going to, if this is where we all are, if this is where everybody is right now, I'm going to need luck rolls.
Okay.
Cool.
So he's already been shot.
Cool.
Terrica and
love
Val, that's what I need luck rolls from.
Oh, whew.
Oh,
Not-
that's
okay,
fun.
I'll just go ahead and set these down then.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna explode.
We earlier talked about where to find the button for luck rolls. Is there not a button?
No, not in this one. Just roll 2d6.
Okay, cool.
So I
Ah.
6 and a 7.
8.
8.
An 8.
What's your luck score? Terrica,
My luck score is 9.
Okay, so you get a +1. So you are, you have a 7 versus Val's 8. Is that correct?
Yes, mine would be an 8.
Great. Okay, cool. I have a question. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me just do this for a moment because, we are going to.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's do that. I'm going to make a roll. Hope you don't mind. Just going to do a 2d6 here. Well, that's good, but maybe I just want it just a little bit more, maybe a bit more like this. Yeah, a little bit more like that. I'm going to make a roll. It's going to be cool. Don't worry about it. Let's see.
Cool,
2d6,
cool,
2d6.
cool.
I rolled an 8.
Cool.
Awesome. So I'm going to ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to dodge?
Hang on, I'm gonna literally roll dice to see if Terrica would dodge or not.
Trooper,
Oh,
they
yeah.
don't have music and they should enjoy this. Is there?
Oh, you cannot hear the music. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Okay. They cannot hear the music. I got you.
Oh.
It's okay, chat. We can.
We are terrified, chat. Are we waiting for me to just roll whether or not I'm dodging, or are we?
Yes, please. I just want to know if you're going to.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm waiting on you.
Oh, okay. I am not dodging
You're not dodging.
because it was odd numbered roll.
Okay. So how do I describe this for you? You're there working, right? You've got your hands on Evan, and you are trying to keep the bleeding under control. And there's a prickly feeling at the back of your neck. It's just something feels strange, right? One of the birds sort of slips past you. And the Baron is sort of creating this shelter, and the doctor's working on Evan, and the Harlock is sending out her mind forward to see where she can find some kind of shelter. And you see it. Eyes. Glowing eyes. Yellow. Hit by the light. It's what you see in an instant when out of nowhere this mass of fur and teeth and claws just emerges from the darkness. It's fast. You don't know. You just see mouth, teeth, and this thing bites you, claws you. It's going to roll damage, which is 4d6, by the way.
Oh, balls.
Mm-hmm.
That's not great.
I roll a 16, and it gets a +1 for its roll. That's 17 damage. I would like you. What kind of armor do you have?
I don't think Terrica has armor. They just have their regular spacesuit.
Does it have any armor on it? You're wearing your spacesuit?
I actually don't know I don't know the answer to that question. Hang on. Let me look at
Vac suit.
what that would have.
I really liked this
Yeah.
team.
Me too.
We will see what happens.
Oh.
We will see what happens. But you did not dodge. Where's my vac suit?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it probably has 1 or 2 on it.
Didn't dodge. I love it. I love that you left it to a roll. It was great.
Oh God. I am worried about that decision at this point, but you know what?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Here we are. Here we are. And let's see.
Where's my vac suit? Vac suit. Protection.
I'm also trying to find it.
Yes. There is a vac suit. It does have protection.
Yay.
it has, I suppose, how much money did you spend on your vac suit?
I think this would have been something that they would have had before they even went into the merchant stuff. Like, it's old and worn out. But
We will say it's the cheapest
probably
one,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
Because they would have want to
but
buy it
also-
with their own money.
I hear what you're saying, but also, would
Yeah.
Terrica spend a lot of money on
Yeah.
a vac suit because it's like what they take to different things?
Also, how much money did you
you
have?
know?
Because I don't know if you
Also,
bought your gear, did you?
1,000.
You have
Wouldn't
1,000.
the king have given us some
I don't know.
like
I'm just-
nicer?
I'm just throwing it.
No.
My devil's
No.
advocate here.
Which means we have a bit of a problem with you that you do not. Let's see. Yes, that's very nice for me. I don't know if it's nice for you.
Oh my god.
No, I'm very scared of dying right now.
Yeah. So you're wearing your clothing. That's cool. Yeah. That's gonna be. Yeah, you had 1,000. You can get some cloth armor. You can get some cloth armor is what you could get.
Okay.
500 credits. If you're good with that.
That sounds like a good thing. Let's do that.
All right. Please note you have cloth armor.
Cool.
And you.
And I have 500 credits less.
You have 500 credits left. That's 8 protection. So rather than 17 damage,
Better than
please
9.
take 9.
I am going to take that out of
Endurance first.
all of my endurance and 1 out of dex and 1 out of strength.
Pick one first. You don't want them both. You don't want 3 damage. 3 damage is bad. 3 damage means it's not good for you. For if you have 3 of your things damaged, you need to get some serious medical care.
Oh. Well, then let's take it out of dex.
That's some surgery
That'll
that you
drop
need.
my dex down to 5.
Mhm.
No, that's okay. We don't need to.
I'm just saying that's where that goes. So
-C. There we go.
let's talk about that, shall we? Let's talk about what you see. What happens? I believe. Yeah, you have there's that howl. Nice. That makes me happy. You see
For no reason. Unrelated.
a creature as it's biting you, just clamping into your body, your side. This creature is gray and brown, which means it's very hard to see in this environment that you're in, almost as if it's like well camouflaged into this environment. And it's got sort of glowing yellow eyes, not unnaturally glowing, but like glinting in that way. And it's got long claws and teeth. And it is mottled sort of fur. It looks sort of like a wolf, but not exactly, or like a hyena, but not exactly. It's bigger. It's bristly furred, sort of like a hyena maybe, sort of dog-like, but the legs are longer than most dogs or canines. Like the legs are like especially long and sort of yeah, longer than you're used to seeing. And it's got it was completely silent, by the way. And his eyes are this sort of orange yellow. And it just jumped at you out of nowhere in this flash of violence. And this is a surprise round, by the way. So we're going to go into round 2. I'd like everyone to roll initiative.
Okay,
And-
we do that by doing dexterity, yes?
Yes, please. Before we start,
Some of that panic laughter from...
before we
Right.
start,
That's exactly what it is. My dexterity is now down by 1.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems with getting beaten. Before we start, hold it. Do you have a, would somebody who is a leader, who has tactics, like to roll their tactics?
Oh! I'm not a leader, but I have tactics.
What kind of tactics do you have?
I mean, I'm working on my leader. I'm at 0.125 as a
Mhm.
full rank. That's how many
Mhm.
ranks I have in it. 0.125. But my tactics,
Are they military or naval?
they're intelligent.
No, you can either, your specialization, I'm asking you, are you specialized in naval tactics or military tactics?
Great question.
You get to choose. But once you choose, it is now done.
That's canon.
Mhm.
Military or naval? Oh boy, I think military, as much as it helps us here, but also naval. I'm trying to think of like how much naval combat he's seen. I don't think he's seen much naval combat. I think he was probably, when he was a scavenger and like a drifter, I think he was on the boarding crew or learned from
Okay.
a boarding crew.
Then it is military.
Which makes sense to why he does board.
Yeah.
Um,
So you get your full bonus for this then.
okay.
I have leadership, no tactics, so.
Mm-hmm.
I have it's 0.25. 0.25 is my rank for leadership, so it's getting there. It's getting there. All right, so you want me to roll this? I'm rolling it.
Yes,
Here it
please.
comes.
13. Okay, that's nice. That's really good. That is very nice. You make that by 5. Everybody gets to add 5 to your initiative roll.
You're welcome. It's because I'm carrying this pole.
I should start
Thank
bringing the pole.
goodness.
It's this hollow pole that I just then blow into like a didgeridoo, and that rallies everybody for war.
And
I'm so inspired, my goodness.
Yeah.
by the way, for your roll,
we're
you get to add either your dex bonus or your int bonus, depending on which you choose for your initiative.
Oh, well, in that
Because
case.
it's your choice. Because you either being very smart lets you go first, or being very dexterous lets you go first.
Oh, wait. So I could roll with my intellect instead of my dexterity?
That is correct. 2d6 plus, what is your bonus? What's your int bonus?
For intellect,
Mhm.
it's a 1.
There you go.
I have 1. Because I'm a little smart.
11 instead of 9. If that's the case.
That would give me 10 instead of 8.
I'm going to write this down. It's probably will not be that important, but
Can't be.
Oh, right.
No, you asked us for it.
'Cause I
Can't be
didn't
important.
add.
Yeah.
I forgot to add the modifier into there. But it is.
So,
So what's our
What was it,
bonus from the
6?
tactics?
plus 5.
5? Oh, right, 5. I didn't even add that.
Oh, to the initiative.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
I'm actually at 16.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, it's
15.
effect, not margin. So that's a plus 2, pardon me. Plus 2.
Okay, it's fine.
That's still 12, though.
Burrito.
I'm 13.
13, baby.
Yo.
So what do you got? Terrica, what are you at?
13.
Mm-hmm. Severance?
Also 13.
Nice. Val?
12.
12. Harlock?
12.
Okay.
Guys, 12? Come on.
You should have blown that didgeridoo harder.
I know. Get on our 13 level. 12s.
Phase. I can't.
Okay. So there's this creature. It's just a flash of this thing that rushes out and chomps on Terrica. What would you like to do?
Is Terrica first?
Do
we actually
either
have a-
Terrica or Severance. It's your choice.
Ooh, we can like trade these.
Mhm.
Oh, boy. Well, I have 0 anything on my skill on my
Mm.
character sheet except for this suit, a pipe, and my skills.
Oh goodness.
Because everything else is
It's
somewhere
a,
in the
it's a long
atmosphere.
pipe, though. Let's not forget.
That's
It's a very
true.
long pipe.
It's also wide.
I'm going to note this just to remind you all, because here we are in combat. For your combat, you can take one significant action, one minor action, a free action. You've got reactions, right? You could trade in your significant action for 2 minor actions. So you could do 3 minor actions, or you could do it 1 significant. So you could do, 1 significant, 1 minor, right? You got that choice. Significant actions involve things like attacking, making a leadership role, or things that have all your full attention. Minor actions are aiming, crouching or getting prone or standing up, right? Drawing, reloading, moving, things that do not require full concentration. And then your reactions are things like dodging, diving for cover, parrying, an opportunity attack.
So like, could I has a minor and then a major action? I don't know if you want to go first, Severance, but I'm just trying to confirm I'm
No way.
understanding this.
You
is
first. Actually, I know what I know what I want to do. It doesn't actually matter when I want to go, unless you want to do like a tandem cool heroic thing. But if you don't,
I mean,
I'm just gonna probably hop behind the wall where I'm at. Because I probably didn't have enough time to make the thing that I wanted to, right? I probably got close to
Yeah.
it, and then this happened.
Yeah.
I kind of want to hop behind the wall that I'm at, and then I just kind of want to, like, not like couch a lance, but like couch this hole
Yep.
behind it.
Yep.
So if this thing's gonna come at me, I'm
Yep.
gonna cookie cutter the crap out of it
Yep.
if it lunges at me.
With the pole.
With this hollow
Yeah.
pole. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I've seen ways I should have died or whatever weird show that is, and that's a gross thing that happens to people sometimes. So I'm gonna just sort of be behind there, and if this thing lunges at me, maybe I'll have a weapon. I don't really know. And if I find anything combustible, it's gonna be a cannon.
Okay.
I just have to figure out that part out.
I like
Terrica.
that. They're
This
going to
thing, you can't even see it very clearly in the dark, right? Because if you remember, all you've got is like the light from this from the flares, right? You know what I mean? Like still sort of glowing, this sort of red light, and it's all dark otherwise, except for the doc's sort of medical light, that's sort of beaming.
So
And you do not currently have your shotgun.
I don't have my shotgun, no, but I do have my rapier on my hip. And but they also are familiar with animals, and they have seen a lot of dogs, and this looks like a lot more of a dangerous dog, and they're in a lot of pain, and I think they're screaming, but I think they would use their their great big trainer voice and say, down, like just like scream at this thing with this sort of like, you sit down, boy, right now. You do not come at me. You just sit your ass right down. Like that's
to make sure you eat before it does, so you just assert dominance.
Yeah, you have
passively let them know that you're the alpha.
Exactly. Terrica's gonna try and assert animal dominance over this thing that's chomping out their shoulder right now.
Do you draw your weapon?
I think they would, because they've been around enough animals that you know that like you do everything you can, but you know you also don't drop the leash.
Yeah. Roll intimidate. No, that's not a skill.
Intimidate
it's
or animals?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Roll animals. What is your specialization? Training?
Yeah.
Okay. Please do roll animals. And you can do that with either social standing or with education, because that's also like you had training in that, right? It's like you have your choice about what that a stat is that you'd like to roll that off of.
I think they'd roll it off of education from their time around being with animals and stuff like that. So when I'm clicking buttons in here, I have animals with a -1, and then I have education with a positive modifier. So then does that mean I click animals and add a positive modifier?
So let's see, your animals, you are trained, but your total, so you would say what skill, right? The reason it's -1 is because your dexterity. It's, if you notice, it says characteristic.
Yeah.
Right? It says dexterity. So click
Oh,
on
but I
that.
can swap it
Yes, you can swap it out to whatever skill you're actually using, right? If you were trying to actually do training, then you'd have to do dexterity for it. But since you're trying to intimidate them, I think you can use education for that one, which now gives you a total
Perfect.
of 1.
Okay, here we go. I'm on the wrong screen.
A
Is that a
5.
3? A 5.
Yes. Okay.
You know what? We're gonna use some luck here
Mm-hmm.
because I like living.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Mm-hmm.
gonna use 3 luck to get this up to a success.
Okay. I will note that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's next? We've got both Val and also the Harlock.
Well, I am happy to either go or let Val go.
I told you what Val's gonna try here.
Oh, by
I
the way.
keep you from doing what you're gonna do. So
I don't think it would keep me from doing that.
right.
Just go ahead and give it a try.
All right, Trooper.
and maybe, and listen, if it goes totally sideways, maybe I'll just run you.
Yes.
because I'm gonna probably need that.
You'll be great. You'll do a great job. I believe in you.
He takes his hand, and where he was kind of applying pressure to Evan, like he continues to do that, but it's almost like he's planting himself, and he looks up, and I am going to try to TK this fucker into the air.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Bowling ball grip Evan.
All right. Let's see
Yes.
what we got here. Let's get to our
Evan is now the weapon.
Evan is the
Oh,
weapon.
buddy.
Where's
Oh,
How
buddy.
much does this thing weigh?
Yes, well, this thing is actually quite heavy. This is like what? Like maybe like 120 pounds?
I don't.
Because it's bigger than it's not a dog. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit more like a
Okay, so okay.
more like a
Like a lynx and a crocodile.
sort of, yeah. Sort of like that, but
Huh.
not exactly the same, but there are perhaps some
Similarity.
echoes.
Echoes, you say?
Echoes. Not the same species, however, the Harlock, when it's your turn, I might tell you things. I don't know.
Okay, so that means I would have to spend 6 psi points. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I have 9 total, so he's going to spend 6 to try to lift this thing into the air. I can move it. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. Determines the mass. Yeah, it just says the mass that can be moved, and I'm taking it straight up into the air. So I think it's more of how long I can hold it as opposed to how far I can get it, because it says like 1d per second if I'm successful. So I guess it's up to you how rapidly it rises, but like flight is 15 meters around, if that makes any sense. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how far and fast. Yeah, he's just trying to shoot it up into the air and just get away, you know, be gone.
I will note that this will take a couple of seconds, right? You have to roll your 1d6.
My 1d6 for...
Yeah, you should actually be fine because a round is 6 seconds, so you should be fine. Actually, you're
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I okay, so I just have to roll. It says
8.
What is an 8? Okay.
8 plus.
What if you rolled a 1? Then you could have it would be a minor action, and then you could do other things.
Okay, there's an 8.
Please spend your psi points on this.
I shall.
You might want to spend luck though. 1.
I have a
I will spend 1
small
luck.
thing that I would like to maybe argue.
Please.
This friend of ours was shot in the back.
Yes.
And currently, Val has their fingers in them, like they said, planting themselves in them. Is there a way that you could maybe get a potential boon and or bonus from maybe possibly the subconscious of the spinal column of the person you're helping, like their psionic power. If they have
No,
it.
this one's not that
Damn.
good. What is your, but you rolled a, so here's the thing, you rolled a 1, right? Which means you'll be able to lift this creature, just lift them, but the duration is your effect, which is just, for this one, just 1, right? Because that's a marginal success. If you spend 1 luck, you'll get the 1 round.
That's he's going to spend the luck to get that.
Yep.
But here's what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted it, brother. You're going to get it. He's going to throw this creature at the pole.
No. I don't think I wanted it, but I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we're ready for shish kebab.
I
One way or
know.
the other.
It's
Yeah,
such
cookie
a
cutter this
strong
wolf.
word here.
This wolf thing.
As soon as he saw Severin's plant, he was like, yep, fuck that. And he's just going to try to throw it up and into like a lawn dart, reverse lawn dart.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Everyone knows
Oh
that
my
game.
god.
We've played it before, right?
50s.
Mm-hmm.
Popular 50s game at the barbecue. Play reverse lawn darts where you throw the kids on the spikes.
It happened.
Everyone's favorite.
Yeah.
The Harlock, what about you?
Darwin loved it.
Oh.
All right.
He loves
Oh my
it.
god. Oh my god.
So I'm curious what kind of information you were talking about sharing there. Best friend in the world.
Would you like to use your little minor action? Because here's the thing.
I would, yes, because I already know what I'm going to do for my major action.
Okay. So for your minor action, would you roll for me your,
Would I ever?
please? You have that science of psionicology.
I do.
Yes, could you roll
I
that for
do.
me?
Sure can.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that would go with the psionicology as well as education.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Cruise is
Right.
that, right? He's excited.
Let's see.
Psionic.
Huh, it's 6.
A 6. That is not going to succeed
Yeah, I didn't think it would.
because you need an 8.
You know what? I'm gonna put 2 luck into it.
All right then. Please do.
I'm curious. I want to know.
This
2 luck it is.
is not a crocolinx. Before you put that luck in, would you do me one favor?
Yes.
Would you roll 1 more d6?
I would love to.
Mhm.
Oh, it's gone. 2.
Was that higher than any of the other dice you rolled?
It was equal to one of the
Okay.
dice I rolled.
Then you need the 2 because you would get a boon. So this is not a crocolinx. However, if I remember correctly from my notes, you said that you are well versed in crocolinxes because they're from the planet that you're from.
They're my particular family's favorite.
Hmm. And that crocolinxes are animals that are very violent.
Hmm.
I took notes. I wrote it down.
And somewhat telepathic as well.
And as a matter of fact, it says right there, somewhat telepathic.
That's right.
That's what it says right here.
Boy.
And they're
Oh,
very
boy,
dangerous,
indeed.
is what
Yeah,
you
they
said.
are. Yeah, they're
Yes.
savvy.
They have some telepathy-like abilities, are very angry and dangerous.
Hmm.
So this is not a crocolinx. This is something else.
Oh,
However, it has that same vibe. You do not know what this creature is, but this creature
cousin.
does, from what you can tell, from the sort of energy, yes, this, like the crocolinx, most likely has some kind of telepathic ability,
Okay.
and that that means if it's like the crocolinx, it's a pack predator,
Oh, neat.
a stalker,
God. Oh God.
a stalker, right?
Yeah,
That pounces,
that seems right.
hmm and is probably not alone.
Right.
Is probably not alone.
All right, so I'm gonna go with my first plan here.
Mm-hmm.
Then. We're gonna go with
Mhm.
a little bit of telepathy is what we're gonna do,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go ahead and
Now, you may not know its language. Just sort of note that, but go ahead.
don't need to.
Oh, that's fine.
Nope, because I'm gonna
Oh.
go ahead and go with suggestion.
I see. I see. Go on.
Don't need a language for that.
That is correct.
And we'll roll first, and if it works out, I'll tell you what happens.
Very difficult.
I know. Okay. Here we go. Here, you know what? I'm gonna roll on my.
You need a
desk.
12.
I need a nice big. I know. I need a nice
I
big,
know.
nice big
note it.
open space here. Here we go.
Mhm. And you get that bonus from your
big numbers.
How's
psionics.
luck gonna treat me tonight? I believe that's a 14.
Okay. All right.
That would be a nice big success.
By 2. Please roll
By
1d6.
Okie dokie. Put some of that energy back into there. 4.
Okay. You can do this in one combat round. Otherwise, oh, I'm sorry. This takes 40 seconds to do, is what this does. So let's talk about your options here for a moment.
Let's.
Because a combat round is 6 seconds. However, you can make this faster by increasing your difficulty, which would increase it to a 14, which is what you rolled.
So I would still be in the clear.
Yep. It would take 4 rounds. It will take 4 rounds of concentration in order to get your suggestion off.
Okay.
Round 1. Now it's its turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, what if? Let me ask you this: increasing in difficulty increases by increments of 2.
Yep. We can only do it once.
Oh, you can only do it once.
Only once.
Then yeah, I will totally do that then.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and
Reach out to its mind.
Reach out to its mind, and what I put in there, knowing what I know about these fantastic native creatures in their own area, natural habitat and all, is that it really wants to protect us. Like all of a sudden, we're the most important thing that it absolutely needs to protect. I don't know if suddenly it got a whiff of Evan was like, you know what? A friend. And I'm sensing some telepathy going on over here. Another friend. It is going to do everything in its ability, including and up to death, to protect us.
You'd have to succeed by 6 to get death.
Well, up to very, very large discomfort.
Well, it gets to interpret that if you get this off, it'll take you 4 rounds for it to actually hit of concentration.
But it essentially protecting, like one might protect its own babies or something of that nature.
We shall see.
All right, 4 rounds, folks.
It's its turn. So it's not in effect yet.
I know it.
For its turn, here we go. Right, we're over here. For its turn, it runs. 1, 2. It has a very fast move. It takes off with a speed you've not seen. And this creature moves out Harlock of your range. And it goes into the darkness.
What?
Yeah, do that while it was floating?
Your only lasts 1 round, your telepathy, your telekinesis. Because you had the effect of 1.
Right, but I was throwing it at I actually have movement and propulsion.
So you threw it over there, right? And then on its turn,
it said later.
It's going. You can get.
Oh, well, shit.
Oh yeah. It
goes, nah, I don't like all this.
It's escaping.
I'm gonna do that next time. Run away.
Run away. Yes.
So the like down did nothing. It's like Because then he got lifted up into the air, and then there was mind control, and then there was
Also,
running.
that
Okay.
wasn't enough to it wasn't enough to intimidate it.
It goes.
It was like,
not worth it.
No, what
I'm
it did,
nomming on you.
what it does,
human.
though,
I
is
am
it-
nomming.
it gave a bonus, right? It basically gave it a penalty to its stuff. So it was leaving. It was gonna have like a -1 penalty to all its actions.
Staying alive, staying alive.
So-
Hey, there we go.
What do you do? Terrica's bleeding.
I like clap a hand onto my shoulder, and I'm just like, and then I like realize I've dropped my rapier, and I like go to try and pick up the rapier with the shoulder that just got nommed, with the hand of the shoulder that just got nommed on. I imagine I don't have a whole lot of grip or
Mhm.
anything like that.
Yeah, Val would step on the blade to prevent you from picking it up. And I need to do a medicine check.
Yes, you do.
I hop over the rubble that's there, and I'm gonna go grab the flare.
13.
13.
I'm also using a trauma pack.
What, you didn't do that for Evan, though? I mean,
I did not.
I'm just asking, right? I was just asking.
Oh, wow.
Having that old rider die.
Our new crewmate, you just hang out.
I was
to
just
blow
asking.
the wind.
He didn't sign anything.
It is true. He did not. This is a fair statement. What is your travel plan? Does it give you a bonus to your skill?
No, the trauma pack, whenever I use it, as long as I'm successful with my medic check, it'll give me the ability to provide 1d endurance to a wounded traveler.
Okay.
So
Oh.
I need to make 2 rolls here. The first one is for the endurance amount, and the second one is for the number of hours it'll last before it goes away.
Oh, so this is a
so-
temporary.
Oh
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mhm.
God.
First roll for points.
Mhm.
5. Second roll for
Yay!
hours.
1.
You got it for 60 minutes.
Okay.
Yo.
All right, I'll take it.
But you made
It's
that
better
roll
than
by
nothing.
5, is that correct?
I did, yeah.
That's 5 healing that gets to go your choice. Where you
Oh,
will.
anywhere?
Because it's first aid, so it can go anywhere.
Endurance,
Oh, okay.
in case you need it.
Well, but what's
That's
your
what I
full
would-
endurance?
My full endurance is 7, so right now I'm at no endurance.
Yeah.
So I was gonna bump endurance up first, and then I was gonna, I mean, if I can put it anywhere, I was gonna bump endurance by 3 and then bump dex by 2, so my dex is back up.
Okay. So
But
your dex is full up. This is important for later.
okay.
Your dex is full up, and you currently have full endurance, but you will lose 4 of that endurance in an hour,
Oh, okay.
right?
Cool.
Because you've got 3 back normal, and your endurance is 7, so you got 4 from drugs. You're being held together by a trauma pack. You're getting an extra bonus of drugs.
I think like once it hits, Terrica would just like look at Val and be like, "Thanks." And
It's
they
not
they
gonna
would
be
just
long.
like, look.
So, you are here, a shelter partially made, beginning to be made. Harlock, this thing has left your range. You can
Mhm.
feel it slip out of your range.
Ugh. We have something like this back on, well, from where I come from. There's going to be more. And Harlock will look at Evan and then look at Terrica. Well, there's no shelter for probably further than we're going to want to travel. We need to build up our defenses here.
You know there is shelter deeper in.
We're not going to be
You'd
able
have to get
move
there,
everyone, though. It's going to be impossible to move everyone that far.
Well, if only one person is unconscious.
Yeah, that's true. Terrica, can you move?
Yeah, my legs are fine, and I have a good hand and another good hand for an hour. Terrica looks at Val and then back at the Harlock.
Harlock would look at Val and then at Severance. It's a little over 400 feet further in, but I did get a sense that there is a structure that we could make it to and within.
I mean, you could stay here,
I
though.
only use 3 flares. All right, well, I'm bringing the pipe.
Absolutely. Don't leave that behind.
You could stay here if you wanted. That'd be fine.
If we can,
You hear something.
We'll look at Finan. You help get Evan up.
And Finan comes over and looks at Evan, sees the blood, looks a little uncomfortable, and like reaches down because he's also quite injured. He helps pull Evan, like Evan's arm over his shoulders. You hear the shuffling of this animal somewhere out in the darkness. I will note that the animal was before this completely silent, but you can hear it rustling just for a moment.
Terrica like drops to their knees and grabs their rapier with their good hand.
Also, before we actually get going, gonna go through the box kit we're not taking that whole thing, but I'm gonna go through. Everyone, grab as much as you can from here.
Well, you don't want to be dragging it with you?
No.
I mean,
Yes.
We've got the pipe.
We've got the pipe. What could we possibly
Just
need?
put stuff in the pipe.
Just put as much in there as you can. No, gonna I think Haruk will take that cheap tarp from outside of it and like
there's a
throw a bunch of stuff in
survival
there,
backpack in there for each person.
as well as fill the backpack.
Oh, hell
We're gonna
yeah.
put foods. We're gonna put liquids. We're gonna put flares. We're gonna put the flashlight. What else is in there? Med kits that are in there, the cheap ones. We'll put some of those.
You hear the rustling of the creature again.
Time to go.
When all of this is happening, in the middle of all of this, kind of taking his turn, the hypo kind of wheel that is on Val's wrist will spin around and produce what looks like almost like a half circle, half sphere. And he is going to go up to each of the crew members, nobody else, each of the crew members, and he is going to, if they allow it, he is going to place this over their eyes and give everybody starlight drops, which will allow you to see at night and in the dark.
Ooh. Finan goes,
Yeah.
can I get what? Can I get that?
Fuck off. And then he just turns around and he's
I was on mute at the same time. It will blind you.
You look, is that correct? With the starlight drops? Where do you look?
watch hours, everybody.
Look around the perimeter, but then look toward the direction that they're going.
The light of the flares, the light you have does not penetrate deep into the darkness. There's a distance that you can see with your natural eyes. When these starlight drops dilate your pupils, and all of a sudden you can start seeing in the dark, your vision goes farther and farther out. You know that zone where your natural sight would fall off? Right outside of that zone, you see one of them, these creatures, waiting. And you see it move completely silent, watching you all. How much time do you take gathering? How quickly are you moving? As this one...
As quickly as possible. I'd say
I'm dragging the crate.
Dragging the crate?
Yeah.
Drop the crate.
Kareen
I'm
will
not
help.
dropping the crate.
Kareen will help. There's
Don't worry, Jose.
a moment when you're not moving, you know what I mean? And it moves, you can see it moving. It doesn't know that you can see it yet. It moves a little distance, and then you see it move and make sound. And then it moves away again from where it made sound, and it watches you.
intelligent.
Don't look where it's making sound. And everyone move.
Oh, where am I supposed to look? Where am I supposed to look then?
Look ahead.
All right, looking.
Look where your
ahead.
feet are going.
Every time it makes sound, everybody look everywhere, but don't look in the direction where the sound came from. We need to make sure that it continues to believe that we have no idea where the origin point is or what it's planning to do.
Why? Can't we just keep it at bay by knowing where it is?
If it thinks we can see it, it'll try something else.
If we don't look at it, it may just jump at us.
Yeah, it'll stay at a distance for a little while. It's stalking us.
This
Be
is
aware
correct.
of it, but just don't stare at it. It's just like, hey, that person's looking at you.
Yeah.
You know?
Don't look at it. Don't look. Don't look.
Yeah.
Don't be obvious. Just so everyone's aware as well. Back where I come from, they are psionic.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Just keep moving.
You begin to move deeper towards this city, or once city. Kareen says, do you have any weapons? Something?
Who
This is Kareen.
gonna hand Kareen the shotgun?
She'll pick up the shotgun. Who's carrying Evan?
Finan has some of Evan.
Yep.
I think Terrica would try and take the other side of Evan.
No.
They would try.
That would get shut down real quick if no one else is jumping in. Not would kind of, as Terrica's moving in to like take another side, just shoot.
Just like swoop in and take the side.
Yeah, and then just like lock eyes. No.
Yeah, Val would have helped with Evan, but as soon as Terrica was hurt, Val could care less. He's helping Terrica.
Let me ask, do you have any visible light on you? The
That's
flares, I
on.
imagine, are
We need it
out.
now.
Yeah? No?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. No, because now that we've starlight drops, I don't think we need.
Yeah.
Just asking. Now, you have two people who do not have starlight drops.
Oh, right, they may.
Yeah, but one
Oh,
is
and
helping.
one of them is armed.
But you can't.
Oh,
they can't
fuck it. I'll
see.
give it to him. Damn it.
Mm,
Yeah, I'll give it to him. I have
Oh,
enough.
I was gonna say though, one is helping carry Evan, which one of us is attached to
Yeah.
who can see, and one is helping carry the crate, which one of us is attached to who can see.
An idea. We
So,
just leave Evan. We just leave
Oh
him.
yeah, true.
we're gonna leave the
No.
crate first.
Why would we leave the crate first?
Why would we leave Evan? Just keep walking.
Because Evan's not doing anything. He's literally dead weight.
the animal makes a
We're
sound
not-
again. Just rustles.
There'll be time to argue about this
Terrica.
later. Move your feet.
No, there won't.
Trooper,
Held back
he
from
would
dead
give it to everybody else.
Yeah.
Everybody has starlight drops. That's 1,000 credits, motherfucker. That guy
Yes, it is.
better deserve it.
As you move forward, that's a lot of money.
I bet he would have given it to
Yep.
Karina though.
As
Not Finan, but the gal. I bet he would.
weight. Yeah. Hey, can I get some of that? Fuck off. Okay.
as you're moving forward and
Yeah,
deep,
no, I don't want it anyway. That's fine.
you notice a
That's
couple of
everybody
things.
armed. Fuck off.
You notice that the ground is becoming increasingly treacherous.
Oh,
I will note that you have starlight drops, so it's not that treacherous for you. What you see
But
are,
everyone else has them now too.
right? You see like bits of metal sort of coming out of the ground, or like potholes or rocks.
That's when one of our NPCs trips and just impales.
Right? Like the terrain
God.
is rough, right? The terrain is debris in moments. If you did not have starlight drops, you could very easily you could turn an ankle, trip, fall. Right?
Londar.
Unless of course you carried lights and had bright lights here in the darkness, and then you could see. But that's not what you're doing right now, so that's fine. So as you're moving forward, is anybody paying attention to that creature?
No, we were told not to.
Well-
Terrica.
Like when it makes sound, just pretend like, oh, what is that? Can you hear it again?
Mhm.
Oh, Harlock is paying very close attention.
Make a big deal.
Mhm.
Everybody's like, whoa! And I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Acting.
Yes, I'm not selling this at all.
You see the
Way too big.
creature stays outside of what it thinks your vision circle is, but it follows. Sometimes it waits, and then it moves forward, completely silent. It makes no sound at all, unless you stop moving. If you stop to rest, then it will make a sound.
It's hurting us
It's
somewhere,
hurting.
and I don't know that I like that. I mean, at this point, we're just Harlock would not mention this, because at this point they just have to go where they're going. So
Hurting you, that does sound like something a crocolinx would do. And for you with an animal training, that does also sound like something a stalking predator might do, but that takes a level of coordination that speaks to some kind of intelligence.
Okay.
well, we already know that from it
Yeah.
pretending to make sounds
Yeah.
in different places.
And as you're
Nothing to be
moving,
done now.
as you're moving in, you're getting more and more of these buildings. You're coming into these ruins. They're not yet, they don't have roofs yet. You're getting little bits now, corners of a building, but you had a sense from your sense, right? When you sent out your psychic ability, that there was something further in. And it becomes sort of maze-like, these little bits of building about. And as you sort of move deeper into these ruins, you're getting there are some holes and like a little bit treacherous, right? Because there's some like broken bits of sort of sunken spaces. I need a survival or a recon check of 12 plus from anyone and everyone.
Alrighty.
There we go. Yeah. Why not? See what happens.
Do I get a boon because I've got a crate of supplies?
No.
What about a boon for animal training knowledge?
No, but you all get a boon because you have starlight drops in.
Hey,
Cool.
What
take
about the
that.
crate of supplies?
Are you setting down your pipe over there?
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, you have to sit down the pipe. I'm gonna lay some pipe over here. No one look.
What we got? Did somebody get a 12?
What do we have? We have a boon
Nope.
because we have starlight drops. Is that what
Yeah, you get a boon. So you get to roll 3 dice and take the highest 2.
Oh, I did that wrong. Hang on, well, I'll keep those two.
Is intellect
That means I
cool?
get one more though. Yay!
Intellect, yeah. Not education, but intellect, yeah.
15, baby.
15. All right.
Ooh.
All right. What else we
Yep,
got?
nope. It's laughable.
I want to know
Say.
also what skill you use survival to get your 15 is if I only know if somebody gets recon.
Yeah.
I tried recon, but it didn't work out for me.
Anyone
Intel
else?
survival.
It was a sad day for recon.
I don't have recon.
All right.
I have tactics, naval tactics specifically.
Good.
That's great.
That means this is the severance. The person who grew up in the ruins of a ruins, a planet that had been
Ruins
bombed.
Of an empire.
Of
you
an
know, we're all
empire.
trying to say.
You know.
Mhm. You notice it as you're moving in closer. You notice it. Other people might not. It's subtle.
I'm not allowed to look at it.
It's tracks. Tracks. Something. Roll a 15. Starlight drops. Maybe not something. Maybe someone. Someones have been through here. You see some of the vegetation has been matted down. Somebody's walked through here.
Stop moving, everyone, stop moving.
I told you we're not leaving Evan behind.
These vines, they're not growing straight. Look at that. And they're all in this pattern right here. You see that? Something's walked through here before. It's definitely in these are not round. These are more like oblong. These are footprints. These are people prints.
Terrica puts their back against Val. Like
Harlock will turn to
ready to.
turn to Karina. I thought you said there were no other people here.
Well, there shouldn't be. We are all forbidden to come here.
Definitely people prints.
Forbidden doesn't mean there couldn't be any.
We have 4 feet or they're multiple people. There could be a quadrupedal person with feet, but I don't think that's it. It would be
Baron.
really weird looking. Yes.
You smell something.
All right, who did that?
Wood smoke.
Could be the sulfur. I'm nervous.
Wood,
I have a nervous tum.
wood smoke. That way.
Civilizations. Where the tracks are coming from or going?
Yes.
Hey, good news. Good news. There's people here. There's people here, and it's active. There are people here. We need to be careful. Unless, like I said, these people aren't people, and they're quadrupedal feet people. But they're coming from that direction, and they know how to make fire. Because you smell that.
I mean,
It's wood.
No.
Mhm.
It's wood smoke.
there is less of a chance of being ambushed if there's larger numbers of us.
Yes.
And if there's anyone out here who's been out here for a while and managing to make it, they'd likely know how to deal with all this.
I'm crazy. No one else. Anyone else smell that? Wood smoke?
I
Or
guess
they're
now that it's
working with
mentioned,
these
would we notice it?
Yes. It's faint. It's coming from that direction.
Yeah, no, I do smell it.
Oh, good. I thought I was crazy. We're having a stroke. All right, this way.
Trooper, is there any way that Val would have been able to pick up on that psychic energy that the Harlock kind of sensed? I know that we're closer now. Is that something that now he would have that kind of
How close
sonar
are you?
type?
Yes. You're getting closer. Little bit closer. A little bit closer you would need to go. To the heart of the city. A bit more.
Well, I say we go follow these prints, go toward the smoke.
I'm way ahead of you. I'm not even.
Severance, meanwhile, is like, it's just
Yeah.
pulling the.
Yeah, just-
Harlock? Val would kind of, staying with Terrica
Is this
Move over.
via mind or via whisper?
via whisper. Yeah.
Iron message.
From where you're from, the creatures that you said that experience or exude this type of ability,
Yes.
have you ever heard of anybody being able to work with them, tame them, for lack of a better word?
Well, that is initially where my family claims to have gotten its telepathic abilities from.
Oh.
Mostly you kill them, right? Nowadays. But if you had one as a baby, maybe, and you trained it from small.
Don't tempt us.
Just saying. You had it as a little
I can
baby.
train
totally
it.
do-
I
I
can
would
train
totally
it, you
do that.
guys. I can have a pet.
But
Oh my gosh.
You
guys.
need it from
no,
birth,
really,
though.
though. Like,
You need like a little baby one, and then you could
You need
maybe
to get
train
one of
it.
their Crocolinx eggs, right? Is that what
new
they have?
quest.
But
We get me a little pet.
Yeah.
I will pilot, and I'll have my little guy just
go
like
there,
right under
Crocolinx.
the
I want a
console.
pet
with me.
too.
Larva.
but you'd need psychic abilities to do it, right? You need to change this through
I want a
telepathy.
pet. We could have a ship mascot.
Yes.
We were gonna have a ship mascot, and then now it's riddled with holes. Thank you, Terrica.
Adult ones less so.
You can't have one of the crewmates be a mascot. You have to have
It was a dog.
a non-crewmate be. Listen, maybe we should tame one of them and then give it to Evan as an apology. We got you
Here's a
something.
cat.
We got something for you.
Do you continue forward?
I say we go toward where the smoke is coming from.
Mm-mm.
If that's directly forward, then yes. If that's a little bit to the right,
Yes.
then yes.
In the direction that this thing is hurting us.
Mm.
I don't know.
I'm
I don't
gonna
know if I
note
know that.
this.
I'm more excited about people, I think.
As you're
than not
deep in
being
the
hurted.
city,
Mhm.
what you will notice, Val being concerned about hurting, is that your visibility has dropped because there are now way more buildings, right? There are these building bits, right? So before, when you were out further, you could see the creature approaching you if it were going to attack you. Now it's harder to do it, right? Because there are walls in the way. So now you have less visibility. Just same, but I imagine it knows the area
It's
better.
just different.
It's different. You move deeper. Everyone, please take one psi point.
Take one.
Interesting.
You get one more.
We just
Don't
gain another.
Mind if I do.
Freaking me out.
Hey, I
Still don't
am
know how
down
many
to
I
a
have.
-1 modifier.
Everyone who is not the Harlock, you now start feeling the sort of electrical energy. It's like it's very low level buzzing. Like it's like and those of you who are not trained psychic people, which is everybody who's not Harlock, you may not know what it is. right? But it's this kind of like it's just like a feeling of like a buzzing in your head, like, or on your skin, right? There's just like it's not negative or bad. It's just like you can feel something in the air.
Trooper.
Meanwhile,
would,
I like over here, like, okay,
Oh, yeah.
guys, so let's go over here.
And you
Unmedicated
feel-
ADHD, got it.
Mhm.
Already there.
Terrica is gonna think it has to do with the meds that they got
Nice.
from the
Nice.
med pack. So they're
Nice.
gonna lean over to Val and be like, I think the meds are getting stronger.
Am I high?
Am I high?
Yes. Of course not.
Wait a second, hold on. As I stop. Did you say hi?
Hi,
Excuse me,
you
I couldn't help
say?
but overhear. Did you say hi?
Greg, you had
I think I've had that
you had a
conversation
question,
before.
I believe. You had a question.
Yes, I did. Is there a way for Val to reach out with his telepathy? And I want to rope Corinne into this as well.
Mhm.
I know that there's a different language literally spoken on every island. Like
Yes.
but I also know that telepathy kind of works around that a bit. And in addition, I'd like to try to fold in Corinne's, with her permission, obviously, like dialect or support, I guess,
Mhm.
and he wants to send out just a beacon that says, we crashed here inadvertently.
Hmm.
Enemies are coming.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Help.
Mhm.
We would be willing to help
Mhm.
if you could help us.
Having Corinne, because they have different dialects, they're not mutually intelligible, but that is helpful.
Right.
Yes, it is.
I'm hoping that with the
Mhm.
telepathy and the
Mhm.
fact that this person,
Mhm.
he's betting this person
Mhm.
has some type of psionic ability, and that would kind of bridge the gap for communication.
Can I get, because you're giving us telepathy, yes? We're doing what? Mind link?
Yeah, just the straight up. What's the one? That one.
Please roll your psionics. Now, I will note both telepaths must use this power for it to work. But once it's done, they can commit silently with another for a number of minutes equal to combined effects. So you need another telepath. So if they're not telepathic, right, it's tricky. You might be able to do telepathy, right? Maybe send thoughts could do. Yeah, that's a difficulty. Yeah, difficulty 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will spend the luck necessary to get that to 10.
Okay, this is a distant. Okay. You send it out. You don't know.
And you know what? He does that thing too, because I think I read this where you can open up your mind if you're trying to be truthful.
Yep.
And you're not trying to veil your thoughts. So he would do that. He would, we honest to God don't mean you any harm. He can see the crash, you can relive it.
Mhm.
The guy wearing the pilot's jacket's a huge dick. Just everything that,
He's the pilot. He caused all this.
Okay. I'm going to note this was sent out. Your range is distant. If they're within a distant range, they will hear you. Anything else with that distant range might hear you as well. You move and you see it. A building with a roof. It was probably more stories than what you have. It's just one floor. There's no door. There's like a hole, but there's a building with it looks like you can find shelter. It is there.
I mean,
Is
no
there
door
less
is better than
stars?
being buried 50 feet underground.
There are less stars in the sky where smoke may be.
If you go in, you smell the smoke. You smell it.
Hey,
You're out of the rain. You're no longer stuck in this rain.
Right, I forgot it was raining.
didn't know it was raining.
But the place you're in is, well, it's a room. There had been windows. The windows are long since gone. You've got basically concrete bricks on the outside. And on the inside of this room, which is fairly large, there's a stone circle. In the center of that stone circle are embers in this chamber somebody had made a fire here. It's not warm though. So this must have been early today, maybe yesterday, but couldn't have been more than a day or two old. But someone has been here. The room you're in has got sort of like stone and bricks. The floor has got, well, mostly stone, little bits of gold or maybe bronze, sort of. You can see a bit of gold or bronze sort of floor work on the floor, but most of it's gone. But just little bits like here, there must have been something very beautiful. Must have been a very beautiful sort of floor. There is something on the...
Remind me of home.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does remind you of home. Drinax was the Sindalian Empire in exile, so it would make sense there might be some sort of familiarity in the architecture.
Mm-hmm.
There is something, though, on the wall, on the far end of the wall. Something is there.
Something
Like a
on
Being?
the wall?
No.
At the wall?
You know how if there's a very strong blast, sometimes it burns things into the wall?
Oh
Mhm.
no, I hate it.
What is burned into the wall is some sort of image.
Mm-hmm.
It's a circle with 12 spokes. And around each spoke, well, not all 12, there are 6 symbols. 6 of the spokes have symbols on them. And it seems like perhaps crossed rapiers in the center of this circle. And a glove.
Terrica is going to swear and spit on the floor in its direction.
Not
What's wrong?
Don't dehydrate yourself.
It doesn't smell that bad in here.
What's going on? I'm
That's-
blowing into the coals. Trying to get them to start up again.
Mhm.
Not the problem.
Finex says, what's wrong? What is it? Finex's accent slips a little bit here and there every once in a while.
Nothing. It's a stupid symbol of a ridiculous collection of people. Terrica's gonna like get closer to the fire, but on the other side of the fire from Severance.
Oh, it's not a fire yet.
No, the coals.
We believe
Oh,
you
never
will be
mind. I
seeing-
guess they would. Then they'd be like on the like smoky side of that. Never mind. Then they wouldn't do that. They would just like they would just be like they'd be looking at it. They'd just be like how can that even possibly be here? Of all places.
Finan starts to search around this chamber. They try to check out what this thing is that caused you to react in such a way. And Kareen says,
None of his business.
well, it's making it his business, isn't he? And Kareen says, I don't know if this is a safe place to stay. The other people from here, they're violent. They're not friendly. We don't speak to each other.
I thought you said no one was here.
No one should be here. This is a place
No.
of death.
Now we're here. There's
we
4
are.
walls and a roof. This is our shelter.
Maybe we should leave before they come
Why?
back.
It's definitely better to be here than out there, especially with those creatures.
They might be Whoever these people are, they're probably dangerous and violent.
Only
Well,
with their
so is
tongues,
being
if not for
stalked.
an amputation.
Or they're scared, or they're protective of their land, like any of us would be.
Their version of protection will probably be deadly. It's not safe for us to stay here.
It's much more dangerous for us to go out there. So we'll have to take things carefully.
Take my chances with being inside. Thank you.
Biden
Staying
says,
here.
Biden says, I think we should stay.
Thank you.
But if she wants to go, she can go.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
No one is going. Everyone is staying here.
He tried to leave you too. Terrica will say, looking right at Severance.
What do you mean?
Back on the ship, he tried to convince me that we should leave you.
You were dead weight. Unconscious.
Yeah, that's fair.
Harlock is looking around the room, meanwhile, if there's anything to find.
Can I get a...
sprinkle the wrappings of the flares from the ones I broke earlier?
I guess I was dead weight back there.
Can I get a recon?
Yo. Why,
While
yes.
this is being rolled, Val's going to try to, after checking on Evan, he's going to kind of saddle up beside Severance.
Help me out. Help me, bro.
How are you
that's
doing?
8.
Mhm. You find something.
Something.
Yes, you do. It's small. It is warm. It's like a badge of some sort, like a pin. Old. It probably had some sort of clip or something that would attach, but whatever that is long gone. You just have this sort of crystal sort of badge, sort of small,
So-
circular.
Warm as in someone had been wearing it recently warm, or warm as in like
It's warm.
reflecting its own. Okay.
Yeah, it makes its own heat, I suppose. It's very light though, not much, but it feels to you.
Do I get anything psionic out of it?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
It feels to you like maybe a focus, or it feels like maybe a lens of some sort, but it has an etching on it. There's something etched in it.
Anything recognizable?
Well, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Uh-oh.
Kind of looks like that symbol up there on the wall.
Oh, balls.
And that's on the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the back, there's writing.
What does it say?
Do you understand Old Sindalian?
I don't, but I bet I would probably recognize what it is
Yeah.
language-wise, and I bet I know someone who might.
I wonder who might.
Harlock is at first going to pocket it and then kind of like sidle over to where I imagine Terrica looks morose.
Yeah. I imagine they're throwing quite a pity party right now.
Terrica.
Hi.
Is Terrica sitting or standing?
Sitting by the fire, I believe.
Yeah, they're kind of like crouched. Like they're not like full on sitting on the ground, but they're like, crouched.
Oh, and the fire is going now. Lovely.
Severance got it going.
The Harlock will kind of crouch down right next to you, and then pull it out. I remember in our dealings before that you have some education on your old language. And just gonna like kind of immediately holding the thing and then like kind of toss in the air and catch it and like hand over with the word side up first. He's just welcome to they're welcome to look at the back, but she just like is kind of showing them the the words first.
avoid the crest. Who's looking at their I think Terrica would take it in their hands and like hold it up to the light of the fire.
So let me ask you a question. I see on your character sheet you have a level 2 of language, which means you have 2 specialties. Let me ask you, is one of your languages Old Sindalian?
That is like the old Drinaxian language, right?
Yes, like old.
Yeah, definitely.
Then you should add in there Old Sindalian.
Do, do, do.
Yeah. So it is your family's crest, though it is old, right? It's clearly an earlier version of your crest because not all 12 of the symbols are filled in. So this is from some long time period. The other side there is writing. It's a name. It must be an ancient name. This is a crest, right? A noble would have worn this. This place might have been a place of this family. Perhaps.
Like, do I maybe have one of these that my parents had me wear for a really long time and I threw away in a fit of anger?
Yes, but different.
Okay.
The one that you would have worn and that your parents would have worn would be a copy. It wouldn't be warm like this one is. This one is warm. The ones that you had were not. They were crystal, yes, but not the same.
Yeah.
So there's a name on this, on the back. Do you want to guess what it is?
I'm wondering if it's Terrica Elaine Lee Reppenhausen the first.
It is.
Although I wouldn't say the first.
Yeah. There's no first. The spelling's a little bit off.
Yeah.
Right? The spelling is not right. The spelling is clearly there's been some shift, right, in how things are spelled. If you ever know like the old English, you're like, why are you spelling the name that way, right? But yes, that is the name.
I imagine that would have been someone that my mother would have told me a lot about, because it would have been like, this is a huge part of your birthright. You were named after this, they were a great person of standing who did so many beautiful things. And I imagine that this is the person that literally like has been my nemesis in terms of like, you just need to be as good as she was.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, I'm not a she, I'm they, and fuck you. And like,
But
so I imagine that's who this person is.
that is who this person is. A great hero. A great hero. What's interesting, though, is that one thing that was a little bit unclear was exactly where your family was seated, like which places you sort of, it was always a little vague. Might have been here.
Yeah.
Marduke might have been your home. Well, far back. Far
Can
back.
you read it?
It's hard to make out. It looks like a name, probably of some ridiculously noble person who did a set of barbarically excellent deeds that would then be held over the generations of their children and their children's children for years to come.
Says Finan.
What name?
Terrica's gonna look over at Finan and say, "Did you have something to say in this regard?"
Yeah, everybody knows that The Sindalians, the only great things they did was mass murder. They're all sociopaths. It's a good thing they're dead. You are right to spit over there. All they did was oppress people.
And who exactly are you, Feinen?
Business person.
Yes, well, what
Liar.
great things have you done, business person Feinen?
Nothing great at all.
Yes,
I just
clearly.
got lucky. I just got lucky.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't seem particularly lucky to me.
I just inherited a bit of money from my great aunt, and I just invested it well, and I just gotta, just because an old family friend just gave me some good tips, and then I made out well, and I'm just here to do a little bit more investing, that's all.
Oh, well, wonderful. You can live up to the mediocrity of your entire life.
I'm just here to liquidate my investment, just going down port to get what I was owed and then come back home.
Well, listen, if you don't shut your trap, we're going to liquidate you, and you're never going to make it down to port.
The Zindali weren't barbarians. They simply protected as much as they could before they were wiped out by more barbaric races.
Everybody knows that's not true. The Sindalians.
Terrica's gonna stand up and draw their rapier again. Question: has it been over 60 minutes?
No. Well, close, but not over yet.
Excellent. They're drawing their rapier.
Yeah.
Harlock is going to kind of push it to the side a little bit and like step in front, so between the two of them, but still facing Feinen. If you want to make it out of this with your limbs intact, you will sit down and shut that hole in your face before we make another one.
I need a roll recon from the Doc and the Baron.
The only people not fighting.
That makes sense.
Yes, I do. Wow.
That is what I need.
That's social recon. We don't need that.
Oh, I get a bonus.
Unless we do. What are we looking for?
We might at this point.
Intellect?
Intellect is good, and also because you have the Starlight drops, you get a boon, so you can roll.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, we get a boon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will roll another 6 then.
Ooh.
Wow, I'm glad that was booned.
13.
I'm staring at the fire, still trying to.
A rapier is
Peaceful
drawn.
delight.
The Harlock is being threatening. The environment is tense. Feinen stands, puts his hands on his hips.
Feinen. This is Rocket's.
Takes a step towards Terrica.
Terrica will take a step toward him.
Take a steps towards them.
They will keep stepping unless they get stopped by the Harlock.
The Harlock will stop. The Harlock will stop Terrica, and the Harlock is going to like walk right up, almost like face to face with Feinen.
Severance is going to realize that no one's spoken in a while, and that's awkward. So he's going to then probably look around and then stop blowing on the fire and then realize what the energy is in the room, stand up and watch this go down.
It is silent, except for the rain outside.
Well, the Harlock will say, "Sit down."
Probably judgmental stare through the smoke.
And that's when, Doc, you see it. Outside of the window. Lights. A couple of lights. 3, maybe 4. And they're moving fast. And they're moving erratically, and they're moving directly towards this building.
Have people coming.
He would say as quietly as he could as he stamps out whatever fire Severance has just started.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
At that, Harlock would like kind of move away and then draw her gun and kind of get
Are you kidding me?
ish behind the wall so it can get sight on whoever comes in first.
He is okay. This is what he was trying to do during the exchange that was happening, but he'll save it for now. He whispers to Severance,
Are you okay?
and that is not a emotional ask. It is a physical
Yeah.
addiction ask.
I'm pretty beat up, but I'm all right. I haven't thought about it in a bit. I'm okay. All right.
And they continued blowing the fire.
At that moment, a number of people burst into this room.
A number, you say?
A number of people with weapons.
Hmm.
Cool.
They
Yes,
just
yes.
rush into this room. You see an older woman. You see a very old man. You see two younger men. You see a young girl. And you see two... That's what you see. That's what you've got. Older woman, maybe mid-40s. Older man, 60s maybe. Two younger men and a young girl who's probably like 12, 13, 14 maybe. It's hard because everybody looks like they had a hard life. People age a little bit, right? And they all come in and they all have rifles. They have long guns. They're carrying lamps, sort of small lamps, not high-tech lamps like yours. They rush in. One of them is wounded. Blood. They come in and they see you. And they did not expect to see you clearly. They expected to see, I don't know what they expected to see. But as
Came out with guns drawn?
they have guns, they have their guns, right? They're running.
Guns are out, but not like they weren't breaching. They just sort of
No, they were running, but they had their guns, they have
Yeah,
their rifles
okay.
out. They rush into this room and they see you all. And the next thing that happens is they point their guns at you all. Kareen goes down to hide and they start yelling something at you in a language that you do not know. They're yelling something at you. There are weapons out on your side. There's a rapier drawn, there's a gun drawn. And that's where we end the episode for tonight.
Oh my god!
And I hide down here behind this.
Behind the
I'm
smoke.
like, is
Smoke
it
screen.
Bengali? Is it my people? Ah!
Mm.
Just so we all know, I'm right behind Finan during all of this. I wanted to
Yep.
make sure that he was okay, and
Make sure he's okay. He's a jerk.
well, he's also for the purposes of this next encounter.
Human shield.
behind him, literally.
Yeah. So we're going to end it there at this moment
Oh my god.
with a group of people. They, by the way, in case you want to know, they're not wearing high-tech clothing, right?
Mhm.
They're wearing clothing that's sort of vaguely reminiscent of that sort of cheap knockoff clothing that the people would wear in the cool the sort of indigenous restaurant.
Right. Novelty clothes they're wearing.
Yes, but this is all homemade, right? This is all
They all,
homespun.
they all came from a Halloween store.
Yeah.
I
Frown.
And I will
want
note
to know so bad.
the woman aims her gun at the Harlock.
Well, the Harlock was
'Cause the
right
Har-
next to the wall, so
Because the Harlock has a gun, right? So
holding the gun directly back at this individual.
So there's a little bit of a pointing guns at each other.
Mhm.
Like happens, you know.
Like, yeah,
Whenever
like you do.
whenever you meet new
You know.
people, you just gotta.
Or they insult your
It's their
family that you
grit.
hate, you know.
Yeah,
you
Right.
yep.
Get
Yeah,
violent.
these things happen.
Yeah. And I will
What a
note
rough day.
there's yelling. They're shouting things at you. One of the people is badly mangled. There's some claw marks and bite marks happening with one of those people.
Better than us.
You could imagine. They're very similar to the ones that Terrica has, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
These claw marks and bite marks. I will
Oh,
note
no.
that not all of them are looking at you necessarily. One of the men is looking back out the way they came.
Oh no.
Right? So this group comes in, some of them are pointing weapons at you, you're pointing weapons at them, one of them's looking out, somebody's been mauled, somebody's looking out the back, the way they came.
And the mauling may not be over.
And I will note, they did not stroll in, they ran in.
Yeah, they've been chased by something. And then we
Yeah,
were
they
there.
got herded here too, but more violently.
Now we're all packed together like little sardines. In nice
Yay!
I think this is
Like
their
a
hideaway.
little dinner.
Yeah, it's kind of like a buffet, you know.
Yummy dinner.
We
Yeah.
remember those from the before times.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember when you could
Yep.
have those without.
Ah, those
But
are
you
the
have a
days.
lot of supplies with you. I will note, you have that entire
You're
crate,
welcome.
right? You have that entire crate. You have the entire crate. You have a lot of
Hey,
supplies.
you know what?
Huh?
Mhm,
We do.
mhm,
Oh my
mhm,
Uh-huh.
mhm, mhm.
God. Yeah, now people are gonna be
Imagine if
fighting
we
over.
didn't.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, my
Yes.
these are-
So we have to do our
Amazing.
outros. That's what we have to do.
oh my gosh.
But I just want to let you know that that's where you're at, though.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So, God.
The people coming in look freaked out, by the way. I just want to let you know they do look
Oh,
freaked
yeah.
out. That's
Yeah, they're not. They weren't there
Would.
to.
You usually look a bit freaked out when you come home and there's like 7 people in there. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
You
Yeah, there's 7 people trying to stoke
making
your
a fire
fire.
in your living room.
Yeah.
yeah. There's
Two
some
of them
people-
are like in violence. One of them's
Yeah.
trying to stop it.
Yeah.
Someone's blowing on your fire. Like
Yeah.
it's a lot.
I
It's
mean,
a lot to take in.
You're all clearly
It
armed.
is.
And whenever there are outsiders, again, they tend to be people who are going to go and kidnap them. So, you know, again,
Oh, well,
it's
yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Right, that's true.
right. But this is this
Fair.
every time they're outsiders, especially outsiders with high tech, they're usually kidnappers from Ogma. And y'all
Luckily,
see,
only one of us were from Oklahoma.
and y'all seem to be a little there's a tension in the room that they just walked into, so it's not making them feel good. Also, there's something out there. Probably, if you remember correctly, dearest, the Harlock. Probably
Mhm.
some things said,
Just a few, just a
since they're
couple
pack animal.
ish.
Mascots.
That's what
Couldn't
I'm
they be
saying.
fluffy? Why couldn't they be fluffy?
Mm.
I would like
Fluffy,
tribbles,
fluffy.
please.
You did send out the message. If anyone was in range, they would have seen it.
Psionic Kraken, Psionic Kraken, Psionic Kraken.
I'm not saying there's not a psionic kraken. I'm saying there's rumors of a psionic kraken. So,
Oh,
I'm saying there's nothing.
new mascot.
No way.
Here's for hoping we don't die. Here's for hoping.
well, I suppose it'll depend on what you all do. They're
Yeah.
coming at you, and we all know, everybody has said they are very violent and they tend to murder people all the time. So,
That's what people have said.
Which ones? Who said that?
you know,
I don't know. Just some
Also,
jerk.
we apparently murder people. all the
Apparently
time,
you
so
do.
I
We were
don't
about
know.
to.
this.
yes.
Well,
That was about to happen. I was about to watch you skewer Finnick or whatever his name is.
Fine.
that guy's a jerk, though. I mean,
Fine.
come on.
He's
Right,
he's
yeah.
from planet, you know? He's from the planet.
He's from.
I
Yeah.
wasn't
The
gonna
generic
kill
planet,
him. I was
TM.
just gonna maim him.
Uh-huh,
It's a light maiming.
Uh-huh,
A
I was
light
gonna
like
name the queen. Her heart got red.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think it's interesting that Terrica, they are not a person who believes in violence, apparently. But maybe they make
Apparently.
exceptions.
yeah. Well, there are some. To be fair, been a very rough day.
It has been a very rough day.
You
That's been a
know,
very
There's
rough
been
day.
fighting. There's been shooting allies. I
It's a
don't
lot.
think
It's-
the stress
Terrica's
is
in their
high.
right
The
mind
stress
right
is high.
now.
The stress
They're not themselves.
the stress is high, and that's when these people show up.
Uh-huh.
Or you
So-
show
We
up.
know these people.
Yeah.
all the diplomacy is gonna be great.
Yeah. Yep. So we're gonna go and do our outros, and I would like you to say, because I'm so excited, who you are, where we can find you. Oh, I'm gonna go also figure out my routing so that people in the audience can hear our lovely creepy sounds, which we had. You'll get them next time.
Very good.
So let me ask who you are, where we can find you, what cool things you're doing. Give some love to someone else here, and let me ask you. We're gonna roll initiative, by the way, when we start next week.
Super fair.
Mhm.
We're just gonna start with initiative,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna ask each one a person in order. What are you going to do? That's what's gonna happen, and we're just gonna find out who gets to go first,
Mhm.
and then what people will do. Well, I don't know, and what Finan will do, and what Bleeding on the Ground Evan will do. I'll have to give him.
Light skewering.
Yeah,
light
yeah,
skewering. Fine.
Just
What
a
the
little bit,
Harlock
just a
will do.
Little touch, little smidge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who
You know,
looks
like when
they're
you
my
play
size?
fencing? Huh?
Yeah.
I just want to know who looks like they're like I would fit in their clothes.
Yo.
That's what I'm doing.
So, let's start with Greg. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what are your odds on violence? That's my question.
Hi, I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. Love is for everybody. I think I'm going to go with the continuation of the fantastic narrative devices that critical fails seem to be in this campaign, as it gives wonderful ways for both a player that rolled it and the group to kind of grow, evolve, get stories. It's been absolutely fantastic. In addition to that, my odds of violence are this, and I'm going to go ahead and just say this because the group that just rushed in has a very wounded person with them.
They do.
I can't wait to see the fucking crate roll a medicine check to save them. Oh wait, it can't. A doctor can though. Huh. Get the fuck out of here with the crate.
I don't know.
By the way, I will give you a list of what's in that crate if you want to know. I will give you that entire
I'm
list.
just-
I have
I'm
literally
totally
nothing. I'll take everything I can.
He did lose some stuff
Including the
recently. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
I lost everything.
But that pipe is
Yeah,
also interesting. I'm into it. I'm into it.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I like the ambiance of the entire place. Again, everybody, Traveler is fantastic. There are worlds aplenty. All of them can be visited, all with their own stories. This is an example of that. It's super duper fun. Couldn't ask for a better group of people to spend a Friday night with as we traverse said galaxy and write our own said story. It's the best. I'm having fun. And I can't wait until I did try a shish kebab, and I thought it was going to work, but maybe it'll turn out nice.
You needed one. You needed to get a 2 effect, so you could have had the telekinesis up longer, and then you would have had it.
Right.
You just need one more round.
Next time.
But anyway, super fun, everybody. Chat, thank you for being on point. I appreciate you all. I love your comments and your passion for the areas that we are in. And again, let's see if we can stay alive. It's looking worse and worse each episode, but by God, it's fun to see. See you next week.
On the plus side, Evan probably has to be on your ship now for the medical care. I mean,
Blessing in disguise.
Everybody, I'm spending an awful lot of money on drugs and
Yeah.
equipment and things like
Yeah.
that. So,
Welcome to Traveler.
but you did get a bunch of money from that last
I'm also the ones in charge of the money.
Yeah.
So,
How much did I say we earned? Oh, it was just 50,000 less. Weird. What?
what? Oh my gosh. Yeah. The overhead costs. Who would have thought?
Yeah, whoopsie.
Yeah.
The premiums are high for space insurance. I'll
Y'all
see
might need to go
And I
and
believe you.
get yourself some equipment, by the way. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Discovering the value of that. you know.
Yeah. So, my dearests, I feel like we have to go next to the Harlock.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do it a little bit backwards. So Harlock, the
The one and only.
the one and only. the main goal here is to protect the group. So I don't think the Harlock would go into violence necessarily right away. Like, I think that what would happen is that they come in hot. To be fair, we are in their living room. So with all the yelling, Harlock would probably like immediately like got up, you know, and start trying to do like a telepathic, like, hey, calm, let's all just calm down. Let's calm down. Let's not be angry. Let's not freak out. Can see you're having yourself a time. We too have had ourselves a time.
I will just note one thing. As you know, as Zodani, many people are freaked out by psionics. And that might...
That's why I'm going to put the suggestion in there.
That might trigger them to, you know...
But that's why, instead of being like, hello, I'm going to put a suggestion in there that once they see like the hands go up and they'll see that our own Terrica has some similar wounds, like, and kind of get across the idea, like, suggestion, we're not a threat.
So I'm just going to note it because some people, when they get psychically connected, might just start shooting because many people, like, you know, in the Zodani area, that's psionics is very, very normal and regular. Now, everybody theoretically has some kind of psionic potential when they're younger, but, you know, this space, people are very nervous about that. And most people who are psychic,
nice thing though, the nice thing about suggestion, is that when for the audience, when you do a telepathic suggestion, you plant an idea and the person thinks it came from themselves. So
now it does take time, which means people might have to stall.
Have you seen us? We can stall, like, it's just, that's our best thing. So yeah, that being said, some love. I got, you know, I don't want to every week piggyback, but here we are. The embracing of the crit rolls here are just fantastic. You know, it wasn't even, Terrica didn't have to shoot. Nobody even brought that up. that was a Terrica thing. You know, and Ari came in ready to go the distance and ready to do what needed to be done, regardless of what kind of heartbreak that might bring the rest of us. But no, I love what that's been doing with the story and where that's been leading us. And I just want to say it's just as hard to roll a crit fail as it is to roll a crit success.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like everyone here sees the value in both of those things, which I think is
it's technically easier to roll a critical success.
Technically easier to roll crits. We are the most talented
because you just have to roll 6 over your target number, and that's a critical success. Which means if you have a really easy task, it's like a trivial easy task with a difficulty 4 or 6, then it's much easier to hit 6 over.
Yeah, here's a challenge. Any other TTRPG stream out there, try and roll this many crit fails. Bet you can't.
They can't.
Mic drop.
Yeah. And again, like, everybody comes with their A game on characters every single time. The world building is amazing. All the NPCs are just absolute treasures and treats. If Evan dies, I will cry actual tears. I will build a little memorial right here.
Oh my god.
He's currently alive, but hey, you know, Fox, these people who came in, what if they murder Evan? Maybe you just need to shoot them now.
Well,
just think about it.
I don't know that Harlock is as tied to Evan as Rocket is.
Fair enough.
Was like
fair enough.
The most evil laugh.
So,
but again, like, Harlock is one way.
Yes.
Rocketo is over here just like, my new best friend, my new buddy, my new partner in life.
You know, Rocket,
so that's how I'm doing over here.
You could just talk to Harlock. Just tell Harlock, these people could be dangerous. They might kill Evan. Just saying.
She doesn't care what I have
I know,
to
she
say.
doesn't listen. I have characters who are like that too. They just never listen. You're like,
yeah.
What's that like?
So where can we find you besides behind me in the mirror?
Yeah, but aside from that, I am indeed still, as I was at the beginning of the stream, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, and you can find me on all the places. If you look up Rocket Fox, I have a site where I have new goodies up in the shop. I am currently working on the latest Patreon packs. So if you like swag and you like supporting me, I make little zine stickers and other handmade stuff that go out.
And they're cool. They're very, very cool. Like, this is just
Pretty
a true
cool.
fact.
I don't want to just necessarily toot my own horn, but here we go. And then other than that, I have partnered with Cybernation Uncensored, and whilst this weekend I'm not going to have a gaming thing on Sunday because it is New Year's Day and I will be asleep. But a couple weeks from then I will. So that is who I am.
Okay. I feel like we're just going to go to reverse order. That's what we're going to do. We have to go to the Baron. The Baron. Myth!
Hi. It's me, everyone. Myth or Cord. I play Baron Severance. He's a slimy shitbag, trade school dropout, ex-clone renegade, who found solace in drugs, but then got addicted to drugs, but then need to find a way out of getting drugs, and then something may have happened in his past for him to get rid of them. But now he then had to start to his career in drifting, which means being a space pirate and/or just taking any jobs that you can, until he was found and called by the king of Drinax to save his empire. And of course he's going to say yes. And here we are, naked and afraid. I am Mythematic or Cord. You can find me on anywhere. That is Mythematic, MytheMatic. I also started an Etsy shop recently, so I'm going to be trying to get my blacksmithing and forging stuff up there soon. So if people are interested in that sort of stuff, that's where that'll be. I do a lot of things. It's hard for me to explain all of it, but find me on the things, find me on the internet. I'm up and available for your games if you want me in them. But today was great. I really look forward to this every week. Traveler is such a wonderful system. The game, I was thinking about this while we were talking about critical failures and such. The game starts you off before session 1.
Yep.
Embracing failure.
Yes, it does.
And it's not a heroic game, and D&D is a heroic game.
It really, it's like a big superhero game, right?
It's a big superhero game. You're these really out of this world characters who are meant to be heroes. We aren't.
Yeah.
We are gonna just try to survive and also be pirates. And as much as we want to be heroic, it may not happen, which is really exciting to see. And we're going to have these moments where you're going to shoot at the darkness and it's going to be the person you just met. And that's
Look, it was dark. It was confusing. Do you know what I mean? It happens.
It was perfect. It was great. I think it was awesome. And it really gave us, failure is the best way. The best way to tell stories through conflict, and the best way to find conflict is to create failures and things that would, if everything went so smoothly, it wouldn't be fun. It's not fun logging into Minecraft or a building game with all of your admin codes or all of your cheats. It's not fun. You can do whatever you want and not die. God mode in any video game gets boring really quickly.
Oh, can I give you a present?
The challenge is really, yes, you may.
I'm going to give you a present since you mentioned all this. You know how you were given some life-saving drugs recently?
Yes.
That like healed you. It was like 2 hit points, I think it was. Two hit points. Yeah. You start coughing up blood and you will lose those.
Now?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. So like everybody just shows up, I go, and they're just on the back of my hand. Splatter blood.
Yeah.
Perfect. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm just going to note that you were given a life-saving, very expensive drug that was tailor-made for you and your metabolism. And it got you 2 endurance points back, which is really great, except that right now, in the middle of this madness, you start coughing up blood and you lose those 2 points.
Almost like it was meant for someone else.
Yes.
Weird.
Almost like it was meant for someone else.
Cool. All right. Great. Love that.
Yeah. Because our doc has to have some other things to worry about besides wounded people, but also, you know why. You know why.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That's beautiful. I love it.
You know why.
That happens. And, that stuff happens and it's great. Thank you so much for letting us tell the story. Thanks for letting us trip over our failures and tell a really cool story when it happens. Even if you become naked and afraid and have nothing besides the like the emergency jumpsuit that is in like a drop shift raft or whatever. Super awesome. Just thank you, everybody. Today's love goes to everyone. Everyone's been doing an amazing job. Thank you so much, Trooper, for your ability to tell a story and to lead us through what's going on. And just like you are really good at following our pace, which is really nice. Because instead of being like, okay, let's move over to that place where we're like, let's go to the settlement, and now we're moving on. It's you are there with us, guiding us through, and that's always really wonderful. You're not necessarily like pulling us through the story.
No.
You're there with us and just letting us explore it, and you're there to explore and to paint the trees where we say there's a tree or things like that. It's just really cool. So thank you so much for all of your yes andness. That being said, there was a moment where you yes anded early on. That was rather obvious, which was super cool. It was when I said they're like burial mounds, like, and you were like, and this was right after you said that they were larger plots, but you're like, they were, and then they grow to be larger.
Yeah.
So it was a very yes and moment for you to be like, yes, they were small, and sure, in your mind they were, and I'm going to let that be still in your mind. That was just a really cool little nugget that I noticed. So thank you for that, and how courteous and thoughtful you are as a GM and storyteller to still let me imagine what I had, but also tailor it. So that was definitely a really good example of yes and. So just thank you for that.
In my mind, people buried the dead outside of the city because it was just too irradiated, right? You know what I mean? Like they just, you know, they buried them as close as they could, but then.
Yeah, it made wonderful sense. Yeah, it was really great. And
you're Bob Ross.
Yeah, exactly. Great.
Hello. I think we're back. Are we back?
Hi.
I think we're back. I feel like we're back. Let me check.
It feels right.
Yes, we're back. We are back. Okay. Hi everyone. We're back. And just I wanted to finish our outros and like give love to the people who gave our tips and bits and tell you what the title of the show's of this session is. There's a thing that happened with the most recent update, OS update, that I think has problems with monitors sometimes, and so sometimes it freezes. But I'm gonna go put in I'm gonna use new HDMI cables and see if that will help. So everybody, Ari, you were our fourth, last but not least.
I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please.
It's fine. I was just saying how great Greg is and all that. Blah blah blah. Same as I say it all the time. If anybody cares, probably not. Anyway, Greg's not here. It doesn't matter. And then I said that. And then I wrote it in the chat because I thought we weren't going to come back. I said Ari's ability to add a and say yes to, actually not even say yes to, implement a failure before there is even a failure. Because I don't even know if there was a failure tonight. It was just a 0, right? And then you just went ahead and made it a failure, like a critical failure, which was super awesome. So thank you for that. That was really cool. And I love seeing that because it was a good little treat for us. And then I also said to Rocket's not even here. But anyway, I sent it to her as well. Doesn't matter. She's not here. It doesn't matter.
It matters.
All right, fine. I'll say it. I said her ability to control and take the leadership role for all of us, and it shows how much her character, the Harlock, really cares for and wants to protect each and every one of the crew. Though it is, of course, hard to see sometimes. Yeah, it's obviously the heart and truth of it is. She just wants to make sure everyone's cool. She's our security. Yeah, and we don't have security.
Yeah,
she's security.
Yeah,
that's it.
Oh. Ari, you are last but not least. Actually, you're actually second to last because I'm the last. But, and also the least I am. You are, however, awesome. Could you say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and then what your odds are on the violence?
Note, I'm the only one here.
Yeah, just noting it. Oh, you're muted, though. No, yeah. Now you're muted.
Yeah, no, I totally... I was just checking volumes with my head. Anywho, so hi, I'm Ari. You can find me Ari_Adventures on Instagram or Twitter or online at mymindfuladventure.com or at shows at Unexpected Productions in Seattle, Washington. I recently did a live show last night, and it was so much fun, you guys. So much fun. Anywho, so I think the thing that I have in terms of love is the way that this cast as a whole takes little moments. And when I'm talking about little moments, I'm talking about those. Sometimes it's just like an interjection of like the character's expression to what's happening as a whole that like adds to the moment without overtaking it, right?
Mhm.
But also sometimes it's those moments of just like two characters checking in with each other or just having that like side step and everyone just kind of holding the space for that to happen really well. And I really, really, really enjoy that. And I see it with like everybody. Like Trooper does that. You do that, Myth. People who are not here do that. Greg, Rockette. Like it's just, it is so much fun because then it leaves the space for those things to happen and the characters to exist the way we really would exist in this world.
Yeah.
And I really, really like that. Let's see. Here's the thing, you guys. Terrica is not normally a very violent person, but they've been through a lot today. There's a plane crash, and
When they were
that
not the
brought
pilot.
when they were not the
Mhm.
pilot, they were out of control.
Out
It
of-
brought
out
up
of
a lot of
control.
the like war stuff that they've dealt with historically is like coming to the surface. Then in their panic, they shot somebody who they was an innocent person, an innocent bystander in this whole thing. Now they're violent.
Mhm.
And then on top of all of that, the family that they hate has now been like called nothing. And so there's this struggle between this thing that they have avoided their entire life and also this thing that they have been told their entire life. And now it's being kind of shit upon. And now there's people in here with guns. Y'all, I am not sure what's going to happen with Terrica. I legitimately will probably be rolling dice to
So
make
excited.
decisions
Yeah.
for her next week.
I love
because,
that.
Like,
I love that.
she's off her they're off their rocker right now, and it's I don't know, guys.
I love that so much.
I just want to throw out there that I know why Severance is so insistent on that crate. I'm just guessing, but it's because Severance has
Great
lost
guess.
so much, right, in his life. So much. Like his life is one of loss, of not being able to hold on to things. And he just lost everything he had on him, right? He still got stuff from the ship, but he had all sorts of stuff on him, and he lost it. And this is like something that he can hold on to. Like he is gripping this heavy crate and dragging it because I think because of the
And
loss,
the
right?
pole.
Yeah.
Right, and the pole. He's
Yep.
really resourceful, and now he's
Yep.
like, I just spent 3 flares
Yep.
cutting this pole down. I'm gonna bring it with me. I'm gonna use this somehow.
And the thing is, I think you will, right? Because again,
Right.
this place doesn't have doors or windows, but you have a pole. So I feel like you've got some stuff. And I think about, like Australia's place, like, lost the clothes, the literal clothes off his
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
And I think the feeling of the loss by having these things move through your molecules is pretty creepy. And I think,
Yeah.
right? And I
He's
imagine
always
this-
lost stuff. And
Yeah.
now he's lost everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so I see that as being about like trying to hold on to something, right? Like I've got this crate, and this crate has got stuff, right? And I don't have stuff. And I think that is a thing. I mean, look, also he grew up on a planet like Marduke, but with more radiation, right? Like it had more radiation. Drinax had more radiation, and like he knows this kind of post-nuclear war misery, right? He knows this place, and you can see it. Like you can see he's like, oh, actually, I know how to do all of this. Like I know this place, and like this is the thing that he knows. So I'm very excited, and I'm troopersjp, and I'm just very happy to be with this crew. I'm so happy that they're wonderful, and I'm actually really excited about the new guest star. You had to do a little bit of thing in the beginning, but it gets very nice because. Right.
Twitch guest star. This feature, not a guest star coming in.
No,
Right?
Twitch guest star. It's lovely because Fox and Grimjack couldn't make it, but it's not a problem for our overlay. It's very lovely. And I like being able to control. This is good. It's a good thing. So you can find me where? Today's what? So RPGs. Next Sunday, which is this coming Sunday, which is in 2 days, you can find me. So from noon to midnight, Praxagor the Smophoria is doing a Charityvania stream, Castlevania one-shot meat grinder, where we will all go in and be murdered, I think, over and over again, D&D style, for charity. And I'll be at the 3 o'clock slot, so you can see me there 3 o'clock Eastern. And then I think it'll be just all the way around. You'll see me next week. Yeah. Next week's all the goodness. Yeah, that's what. But tomorrow you can find me at noon on my channel here for the Outer Worlds, where we're a noir detective trying to solve crime. But this crew is amazing. I love them. I love their ways in which they're going to they embrace failure. I like that they threw this creature, which has a name, by the way, towards the thing, but that timing was just not right yet. Just a little bit more, and we had it. But there are more of them.
Nice.
That one has friends.
It's important to have friends.
It is important to have friends. That said, the title was suggested that this episode's title is indeed Friendly Fires.
Got you under my skin.
Oh God.
It is Friendly Fires, without a doubt, because that is the best title ever. And we got a couple of donations, and if I can find my cursor, which I just did, I want to read them out as thanks, because that is a thing we do. So I want to give out thanks to Hawkeye, who cheered 500 bits with the message, "The greatest cast on Twitch is about to make the magic happen once again." Thank you. I have a note about Hawkeye, which I'll tell you in a second. Drafter, who's a wonderful supporter, tipped $25, who said, "Happy New Year to Trooper and the amazing cast of The Gamblers." Yes, thank you. Rissa tipped $20, who's our mod, and also my GM for Call of Cthulhu, who puts me through torture once a month. We got 100 bits from Willen TW, who is our note taker, who without Willen, I don't know what I would do. Who said, "Thanks to everyone. What a gripping episode again." And we just got 200 bits from Vulpes, who said, "Crate shade." And those crates are important. And we just got one more from Willen, who said, "Happy New Year." And I wanted to say thank you especially to our special sponsors. We have one special tier, which is $200 a month on our Patreon, which is Academic Foxhole, and $200 a month will pay for the 4 players for 1 week. We only have 4 slots of that one. So we have 3 sponsors. That's Hawkeye, that is Willen TW, and that is Avita Amoeba. And I want to thank those 3 people for being so amazing, to be so helpful, and being great sponsors of the show. Because of y'all help and all the things everybody does together, we can get together the art, we can pay this cast, because I do torture them, and so they should, after all, get some compensation for that. And because that's really great and it's important, and also for the art that's coming. So I want you to all know, before this season is done, we're going to have something really amazing for you all. There's going to be art, and it's going to be great. And so I want to thank you all. And that's me. I'm troopersjp. You can find me in all the spaces. Find us at the Discord. Join us there. We have some stuff in there. I've got a website coming up for you all, and I think it'll be great. Next week, we're going to have a showdown. And I know that everyone in the group, they're all the gamblers, are just going to start shooting all these people who just ran in. And it'll be like great.
Just thank goodness I don't have a shotgun anymore.
You could have you have a rapier, though.
I'm
I do
literally
have a
going to
rapier.
wait for someone to fall so I could take their stuff.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm just... Hey, I will
And
just
then
say
run.
that Finan appreciated when you said it was okay to leave him. And he's like, "All right, you're okay. I see you. You're an okay guy." So Finan thinks you're all right. Everybody else seems to be a little bit uptight, but
That makes one.
yeah. Yeah, that's what that's about. All right, everybody. So thank you so much, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody. I'm gonna go and I've got to do this manually, but we're going to end. Bye, everybody.